All right, everybody, we're back from break. Hopefully, everyone is well fed or whatever meal you are taking from around the world, watching our first tournament of the year, that year being 2025. We're not quite there yet, but by the time this tournament is over, we will have been ringing in the new year in Albany, New York at the Albany New Year's tournament. And as I was this morning, again, Will Anderson here, joined by Charles Reinke. Charles, it was a great morning of play, and it's going to be a great afternoon, starting with a really fun matchup in round 5.
Yeah, we saw 4 great games in the morning. Of course, every game of Scrabble is great in its own way, but I think these were especially good. And round 5, we've got a super heated matchup between Ben Schoenbrun. We've already seen him once on stream this morning, and Jason Keller. These two players have a long history of duking it out. They're going to duke it out once again here for all of us to watch.
Yeah, so you could see a very nice start for both players. Ben, one of 2 players to start undefeated, 4-0 record, only trailing Matthew O'Connor in the standings. But both of these players have definitely won at least one, probably multiple Albany events in the past. No surprise to see them both doing very well. Look at Jason's average points so far in this tournament, 524 points per game. Ben's average a little more in the normal range, but he's been gutting out a bunch of close games, none more so than the crazy one, Charles, that we saw in round 3 against Austin Shin.
Yeah, that was a very good game. Well played from both sides, but I think Ben especially handled that end game extremely well. We'll see if we get similar end game antics in this one, but whatever we see, it's going to be great.
So once again, a very hearty thank you to our sponsors, NASPA Games, as well as Bob Lynn, again, and Let's Play Scrabble for all of the work behind the scenes. But as you can see, the players are ready to go. So let's cut over to the board and it looks like Ben will be going first in this game. We'll see how things shake out in this matchup. I assume that these two players, both being on the East Coast of the U.S., have probably played many, many times, Charles. I would guess somewhere between 40 and 50 times in tournaments. Very likely these two are no strangers to each other at all.
Yeah, I actually just pulled it up on Cross Tables, Will, and they have played 66 times in NASPA sanctioned games. So this will be game number 67, and they might yet meet again after this. So they're just pumping up those numbers even more.
Man, I undershot. So a solid advantage in that matchup for Jason. But I would say that Ben had, I guess both of these players, I remember when I was starting out, both players were on the rise. I feel like at this point, I would consider them to be very, very close to equals, as Ben playing OG. I think we might need a rack cam refresh, as we actually didn't see any tiles on the rack. But OG, Charles, one of these words that might not be in everyone's everyday vocabulary, but you see this one a lot in Scrabble.
Yeah, this is definitely one that you want to know. It just bails you out of a lot of racks. We can only guess what Ben's other letters were. We get a partial look at them there, but I'm sure
O-R-E.
it was
it was
a bailout
O-R-E,
situation.
if I'm not mistaken. Just based on the way he put his tiles back on his rack, I'm guessing that his remaining tiles were O-E-R, and that makes OG look like a very reasonable play to me. It is kind of interesting where to put this. I think OG in this spot makes maybe the most sense to avoid placing any vowels next to double letter scores, but you could see there maybe being some arguments for placing it in different spots. You could try to avoid opening a double word score, for example, by placing the first E on the star. Maybe that's worth considering. I like what Ben did here in general, though, Charles.
Yeah, I do like that positioning. I guess one minor downside is OG takes a D for OG, so you're kind of setting up a D hot spot early in the game. But kind of a minor consideration. I think it's a very defensible placement. Meanwhile, Jason, I think, only had two reasonable options for himself there. He played one of the two, the word unwell. He also could have just played wall, Wull, straight under OG, making a bunch of overlaps. But I think getting rid of one more consonant makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, a reasonable option of wool underneath, as you suggest. Um, keep it scores a few more points. It would have scored 21 to Unwell's 18, and it keeps BNR instead of BR, which I think that's more of a push. Maybe you actually would want to get rid of one extra consonant there. Either way, I don't have any real quibble with Unwell. And Ben responding with Dragonette. He does also have the 7-letter word of tornade right here, scoring one more point. But Dragonette might be nice from, oh, it looks like Ben might be picking it up and maybe he's reconsidering after all. I think the nice thing about Dragonette is when you see it on the board, it would open two triple word scores at once. One of you would expect with a normal draw in Ben's shoes, you would get a chance to hit one, but he's going even more defensive. He's saying, why should I open up two when I can open up zero with Retuned for a very, modest point sacrifice, only 1 point. I think all of these plays are very, very close, but I actually think I kind of favor this one, Charles. Why open anything if you don't have to?
Yeah, I like this idea. Rather than, as you mentioned, Will, open two triples with Dragonette, you can open zero with Retuned. It actually works out very well for Ben here, as Jason has an unplayable Boysier on his rack. Boysier, Collins only 7. It played after Dragonette. I think it also played after Tornade, if I'm not mistaken, but it does
Yeah,
not play after Retuned.
crazily, not only would it have played with Yogi, I guess is how I should say that. It's the yoga practitioner, but also Dragonette right here would have allowed sobriety to go onto the board for Jason. So all kinds of bingo options, all taken away by Ben's savvy choice here of Retuned, which does not take any hooks the way that other possible plays would have done. That is a little bit of sort of, again, we've seen a couple times hindsight where a player has made the right decision and benefited from it in kind of a unintuitive way that you wouldn't necessarily expect. But this way, I feel you could reasonably expect that after Retuned, any of your opponent's S hooking bingos are going to be much harder to fit on the board. That is exactly the case that we're seeing right here. So Jason's going to have to come up with something a little bit, not what he would have wanted. I'm sure he expected a bingo was very likely. But if you look at Ben's rack, he is nowhere near out of the woods here, despite getting that first bingo, Charles. He is going to be in a little bit of trouble next turn.
Yeah, not good letters for Ben. Meanwhile, Jason, I think, spotting his best play, or at least his best scoring and leave play of bogey for 31, keeping EIRS. Great bingo letters. The only downside of this is it doesn't create any new lines for him. In fact, it actually obstructs a few bingo lines. But maybe he feels like the score isn't so dire at this point that he needs to go all out in setting up bingo lines. And I think I agree with him.
Yeah, he may be right. If I'm Ben, though, I'm certainly, oh, look at that nice draw for Jason. So it's going to be very, very difficult to keep Jason off the board with a bingo on his next turn anyway. But if I'm Ben, I'm certainly looking at this area of the board as the spot that I want to block. And open E is so often the difference between a bingo going down and not. And I do expect Ben to play something in this spot with either foy or hoy. There's plenty of things that he can play there. They don't get him all the way out of his consonant shortage. By burning through tons and tons of vowels, but he can play something like FOO in that spot, which keeps at least his H in reserve and blocks off the E and D of Retuned. Will make a lot of sense for him, but he has other ways that he could go here, Charles.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Those are also among his best scoring plays. So even if he ignoring all the confusion about whether he should block bingo lines or not, just the fact that you can score 27 points, getting rid of one of your clunky consonants and two clunky vowels, that seems pretty good just by itself. So I would really be expecting a play like who, or probably better foo, in this position.
Yeah. So Ben's going to think it over. It's not an obvious choice. What of the plays in that spot do you want to play? Um, you can play your F or your H and get similar scores. So you have to be thinking a little bit. If you play your H here instead of the F, it does allow ahoy plays to come down and maybe be super damaging as overlaps. So the play of foo is the original suggestion and is the one I like the best. So nicely done by Ben. And the upshot of this is that now the only bingos that Jason has available are from the D of Retuned. So Jason, whether he likes it or not, if he wants to bingo here, he's going to have to expose an open triple lane back to Ben, depending on Ben's draw. Ooh, another U, not what he would have wanted to see. It's kind of a weird, I guess he drew DUD, Charles, after his play of foo there. That's tough.
He does have Hudud on his rack, so that might bail him out here. HUDUD.
That's true. So I guess it's a lot is going to depend on what word Jason ends up playing here. So I guess pretty much all of them expose like drowsier, drossier, disorder. They pretty much all put an R right here. So I'm not really sure the R is going to do that much to help Ben on his next move. I guess, I don't know. I'm looking to try to come up with something with two U's and two D's where the R is a big deal, but maybe no such play exists. Is he going to be forced to play something sad like utter? Probably not.
Yeah, I wonder if Jason finds derisory here and puts, for a 2-point sacrifice, puts the Y in the triple line. The Y is the blank. It might be slightly less likely to get hit hard. And with the blank Y being worth 0 points, it often might not even be worth it for Ben to play over there. So I wonder if Jason does have derisory set up. I think that's my vote for this turn.
Yeah, that is a point sacrifice because you're putting the blank tile on the double letter score, but putting a 0-point tile in the triple lane looks like a great decision. This is very nicely done by Jason to come up with maybe one of the tougher. I think drowsier is a word that pops into mind a little bit faster here. But this feels well worth the 2-point sacrifice for the reasons, Charles, that you described. So now the blank Y doesn't look very useful at all. But what can Ben do to get out of this ugly duplicate situation?
Yeah, I'm Ben. My first thought is I want to play Hudud. Where can I play it? And he does have 2 spots to play it. One at the top, making UR and DAB. The other one making HOE at the bottom. I would be very tempted to just play that quickly. Like, it gets rid of your duplicate Ds, gets rid of all your U's. That H isn't really helping you a lot. But it actually, Ben does have a 31-point play here that he might be tempted by.
I think he is reaching his H onto the board where that much trickier play, well, I don't know if I want to say a play is much trickier than the extremely obscure Hudud, which in itself is very tough. But Ben has spotted an even higher scoring play by a fair margin. 31 points for this play of Hued. No, it doesn't use both of the U's on the rack, but for 12 extra points, I think it is well worth taking this play. So nicely spotted again by Ben, who nobody should be surprised to see Ben Schoenbrun playing at an extremely high level.
Yeah, we kind of expect plays like that, honestly, from Ben, not to put too much pressure on him, but such a good player for such a long time. A play like this, he doesn't even blink an eye at. He just makes it. Meanwhile, Jason, After his post bingo draw includes 3 N's, but it also includes an S. So there's a little bit of life here. No S hooks really on this board, so maybe the S isn't as helpful as he wishes it was. But he does have a nice play to hit that blank Y that we were talking about, and I think he's going to make that quickly. The play being mini. I think this is pretty standard and probably the right play.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable. 18 points, getting rid of 2 of the 3 ends. This does a lot of what you would expect to do with a rack like Jason just had. So no, no issues with that. Seems pretty good, but man, Ben's he had DUI, and while I don't think, let's just make it clear that he doesn't have a drinking problem. Those were the letters that he had on his rack. Normally, I would be happy to see a draw like ZITC. That feels like a nice, amount of scoring power. But unfortunately, it's going to be kind of tough for him to take any of his, top scoring plays here and feel super safe in the process. For example, he could play Dits right here. That's his top scoring play. It's probably fine to do this, but it does turn the game into a race for the Y a little bit. Any Y that the one of the two is on the board already, the other one starts to become a super valuable tile after that. Maybe it's okay and you just go ahead and play that anyway, but maybe there's some other way to get around it, Charles.
Yeah, definitely Dits would give me some pause. With one Y already on the board, maybe a little bit less pause, but it always feels like you're throwing the game to chance when you set up spots like that where it becomes a race to a certain letter. I feel like Ben would like a little bit more control over the situation. Another option that maybe he would discount is playing Riz, R-I-Z from the R of derisory. Would turn that one down because Riz takes an A. And there's a lot more A's in the bag. There's actually tons of A's in the bag. That also feels incorrect. It looks like we see Ben making this play fully aware of the Y hook, but deciding that the point's just too much to pass up.
Yeah, this makes sense to me. If he were worried about that, another option could have been Zoic right here. This is a little bit safer. It scores 8 fewer points. And if you look at the game score, Ben's about to get a few more points from Dits, but the game is quite close. You can't be turning down such a solid number of points for such kind of flimsy considerations. There's really no reason for Ben to assume that Jason has a Y or that he's any likelier to get the Y than Ben is. And even if there is a Y, it's not going to be that damaging of a play in most cases. It's going to be closer to kind of an average score for such strong players as these two. So I like the choice to go ahead and take Dits. But yes, we are definitely going to see the game swing a little bit on who draws that Y and whether they can get a really strong play. For example, a 6-letter word ending in Y could be absolutely enormous if it were to materialize. So anyway, Jason bingoing with Gitanos, Charles, that looked like his only realistic option.
Yep, that was his only bingo available, and it's a high probability 7-letter rack, so Jason had no trouble spotting it. That's exactly what we expect from a player who's been playing for that long and knows as many words as Jason does.
Yeah, no missing that. He's very automatic on bingos of that level, which I'm sure both of these players, you could say the same. And now facing only a narrow deficit, there's no cause for huge alarm here for Ben. His rack isn't particularly good, but he's going to draw even in the game if he just plays a normal play with his J. Only a couple options to my eye that make the most sense here. One that really looks pretty standard would just be to play Zhu in the corner right here for 33, leaving most of the good bingo tiles on Ben's rack. Of course, your leave there after that play would be AECI, a little bit vowel heavy, but if you can just draw a couple consonants, you could see him hit this R of retuned sometimes after a leave like that. So that feels reasonable. And maybe, Charles, the other option worth considering if you're an XQC fan in the chat would be Juicer to the R of Returned. Both look pretty solid. What do you think?
Whatever reference you just made there, Will, is completely above my head. But at least thinking about the merits of the plays as words in Scrabble, I do like just the standard play of Zhu in the corner. It just is. It's very straightforward. Blocks the triple, gets rid of JU and the duplicate E. Scores about as good as you can hope. It's worth noting here that the board is getting pretty much totally dead to bingos. So something like Juicer may have had a little bit more upside in terms of keeping the board bingo friendly. But I think with Ben basically evening the score, he doesn't have to care about that too much.
Yeah. It's a good point that this board is starting to tighten up quite a bit. It's very difficult without a Y, which is not a good bingo tile already. It's pretty much impossible to get a 7-letter word anywhere on this board. And the spots to play 8-letter words are drying up as well. It's really just this R. And maybe if you get incredibly lucky, you can hit the Z. So this is not a good board for playing bingos. And Ben actually has a 7-letter bingo of vitiate or cative on his rack. And to the point about board closedness, those don't fit anywhere. They're not even close to fitting. I guess you could say vitiate almost fits through this T of dits, but almost is just not cutting it. So yeah, tough decision for Jason. Could he inadvertently open things up to Ben in a way that could give him something good, or is he going to keep things closed? Tough decision for him here.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have any good scoring plays available either. Even with the B, the K, and the M all in his rack at the same time, there's not only are there no bingo spots on the board, just generally scoring spots on this board are very hard to come by. Like just quickly scanning it, unless you have a Y, there's not really anywhere to even score 30 points. He's going to struggle to score 20 points this turn. So with the board, or with the scoreboard basically being even, we see the score 200 for Ben, 199 for Jason. He has to decide if he wants to ride out that situation or if he wants to do something like this, which forces the board more in an open direction. And I think maybe it depends more on your comfort level about what type of board you're playing on. Maybe Jason decides he's at an advantage if the board's a little bit more open.
Yeah, that could be. I think this is it's a tough position, and I don't really feel strongly about any play. I feel that Biker makes some sense. One nice thing about Biker is with this bonus square open above the B, there's actually a huge number of O's already played on the board. So the Collins ob is a valid word. And there are a few A's, but Jason had an A in reserve. So if Ben somehow doesn't have an A, it's very unlikely that he has an O. Maybe Jason is setting up a spot for him to make exactly the sort of play that Ben has made here. And if Ben doesn't have an A or an O, it's next to it. It's basically impossible to overlap in that spot. So maybe Jason recognizing that. But either way, I do like this response by Ben. He has to go ahead and take the solid score on offer with Vita. And this does open multiple lines of attack back open to Jason, but maybe that's going to benefit him if he draws a bingo here.
Yeah, I think we're kind of seeing a forked board situation where the V down to the triple will always stay open unless Jason plays there specifically. And if Jason does play there, then the spot above AB will stay open. So if Ben had drawn nicely enough, he might have been looking at bingos in 2 spots. Going back to Jason's letters, I think he's got the play set up that we expect him to make. He's got a 32-point maw above Vita. That looks very promising. If he wanted to play a little bit longer, he could play the 6-letter Lawman, Lawman, for 6 more points. But that sort of blows up his letters a little bit. He might be thinking that AILN has just enough synergy that he would want to keep those letters together.
Yeah, Lawman is interesting. You don't have to worry quite as much if you played Lawman. The A goes right here, but the Z has already been played. The J, excuse me, has already been played. So the letters that could really punish you have gone on the board already. So it's not quite as scary. Ma, I think, is quite reasonable just to keep a little bit better bingo tiles together. You could easily expect that Ben is going to play down from the V often after this play without that much else happening on the board. But Charles, as we can see, Ben has drawn that all-powerful Y, and we are about to see the the play of Dits benefit him hugely several turns into the future.
Yep, this is exactly the kind of scenario that Ben probably didn't want to see if Jason had been doing something like this. But Ben is the one who benefits from the scary Y hook on Dits. Hits pricey for 66 points. And showing a little bit of word knowledge, confidence here. There's no reason that this generally would have to be a word. Pricy, I think, is the more common spelling. But Ben confidently playing this word, it is valid, and it looks like Jason's not holding. So nice play by Ben.
Yeah, totally agreed. It's not a slam dunk. And, frankly, if Ben had any doubt, he could have played the much more regular word of creepy in this spot, holding his I in reserve. He left an E. So he could have played a much more common word, but with that confidence in his word knowledge, he played the best play here, keeping an E instead of an I. And he's definitely happy that he did because he drew another I from the bag. So now a solid lead. Jason with pretty good tiles, not quite, at least to my eye. Does he have any bingos here? Of course, the board, again, very, very tight. There is still a blank lurking, Charles, so I could see a long play off of the V being warranted, not only to score a lot of points, but also to try to snag that second blank. Maybe you get some other goodies along with it.
Yeah, I think playing long here is definitely justified. The letters on Jason's rack do look nice. They're pretty bingo prone as long if you just had one or two different consonants and unduplicated the A's, you would be very happy with your bingo chances on a normal board. But this is not a normal board. Lines for 7s and 8s are in low supply, so going on a fishing expedition here would be totally counterproductive. It would just be sacrificing points for nothing. I think something like Viled or Veiled from the V of Vita scores decently enough. I think those plays score 30. That keeps Jason well within range. He's only down by 13 after a play like that. Digs deep into the bag for that blank, maybe that X. That makes a lot more sense to me than playing short here.
Yeah, totally agreeing. Suggestion also of maybe Vandal in the same spot, and also Vidalia could be an idea, just getting 3 more points if he wants to really go hard. Okay, he's gone ahead and played Valid for 27, taking a slight sacrifice on the scoreboard. But the nice thing about playing a little bit shorter is that you make a more realistic lane to play 7-letter bingos here that Ben may need to worry about. So that's maybe some of the thinking. But Jason playing slightly shorter. Let's see if it benefits him. I think it makes some sense to me, Charles, why you would do that.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that reasoning, Will, I think that this makes a lot of sense. It's when you're keeping sort of bingo type letters on a play like this, you would really prefer there to be a lane for you to play bingo if you draw it. I don't think Jason's primary concern here is bingoing. He's more focused on just scoring and staying in contact with Ben. But having a bingo certainly would be a nice side effect of a play like this.
So Ben playing Auric here. This makes sense. The game is close. I don't think so. Something that was somewhat tempting would be for Ben to play Causer down to this R right here. That way he could stay ahead, block some of the few threats that are still remaining on the board for bingos and score a few more points while he's at it. It would score 9 more points than his choice of Auric, but the game is still close, and Ben may be thinking to himself, maybe I can hit a bingo with Swab and just land the knockout blow in this game before Jason can, and I want to keep my S to increase my odds of doing that. So that's something that I kind of feel tempted by playing right here, just to prevent those scenarios where Jason immediately bingos either to the R of pricey or with a 7-letter word alongside valid. But I can't quibble too much with his approach. And boy, nice draw for Ben there, Charles.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Ben probably playing a bingo next turn. He's got a couple spots now where one will fit, and the S really helps him making swab, as you mentioned. Meanwhile, Jason sort of kept bingo type letters, but did not draw a bingo. He actually does have kind of a crazy play available through the M and the I of Ma and Vita. Will, you want to spoil it for everybody?
Well, I already started, so I'll just leave that as a hint. So I wrote a G in this square right here. That should be your hint of what amazing play Jason has. Oddly, he's got the relevant tiles set off to the side on his rack. This would be an amazing play on his part, and not really the most necessary from his perspective. There are definitely other plays that make sense. So he's going to go ahead and play pay on here for 28. It's a solid score. It does leave GET, which is a little bit, it's not the best bingo leave that you can get, but this is not some kind of massive mistake or anything like that. Jason just hoping to bide his time and draw something good, but Ben is poised to land a pretty heavy-hitting bingo with nice overlaps on top of Ma here if he spots it, Charles.
Yeah, he's got a few options that score 90 or above on top of Ma, and if he spots any of those, it's going to be pretty hard for Jason to come back. Jason has drawn something that looks like a bingo rack, but I don't think is actually going to bingo on this board, and I don't think the bingo that Ben ends up choosing is actually going to help Jason get a bingo down either. So as long as Ben finds a good bingo here, he should be the strong favorite to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's even a strong favorite if he somehow doesn't see his bingos and just plays something a little bit shorter. From his perspective, he has to know there is one S still lurking. So I think if he were to play something like putting an A and an H right here, this would be very risky, not only because the S hooks on top there, but also the T would hook on top going across, and actually even the G. So you probably would want to put your S on the end of a play up here if you're going to play there. But something like this is really not necessary when Ben has a 94-point bingo that goes all the way across. Harslet has been spotted in the chat, as well as Halsers in the same spot with similar overlaps. So, yeah, sorry, did we not give the identity of the play that Jason had on his previous turn? Geminate through MI with a boatload of overlaps alongside valid, scoring 37 points. Probably the best play just for scoring and keeping things open. But hard to find fault with anybody for not spotting that one. And after Ben's draw, he was in really good shape anyway, Charles.
Yeah, I think it would have been a larger scale tragedy if Jason had found a good play like that and have it be rendered meaningless by Ben's very favorable draw after his last play.
So, yeah, we'll see. Ben has plenty of time. He's totally unrushed. He's played through the beginning parts of this game with very good pace and does not have to rush this at all. He can continue to spend as much time as he wants looking at this blank and making sure that the plays he chooses do not open any, total whammy situations. But something like Harslet right here doesn't really get you hit all that hard. The pool is quite ugly. I think maybe what he's thinking, though, is there are 6 tiles in the bag. And what happens if I draw X, Q, V, right? I could lose easily if Jason has a bingo that goes on top here. So he has to be thinking about that. And maybe he is a little bit concerned that playing the bingo now gets him whacked sometimes. But I think in so many cases, as long as you can dodge that bingo on the top row, which you very likely will with so much clunk in the bag, you can go ahead and make a play like this oh, look at that. He's going to go ahead and play Spheral, Charles, maybe for the reasons that I've just described.
Yeah, I think this is just counter bingo defense from Ben, trying to make it as hard as possible for Jason to hit a bingo back on top. And I think you're right, Will. I feel like maybe something like this does actually have a higher winning percentage than taking the bingo that scores 16 more points. We see Ben has not committed to play, so he's maybe just counting it. We can assume that the blank is a P.
So looking at the pool, this is, again, it's going to be back. The bag's going to be empty in a moment. So we're going to see that Ben's draw is going to be absolutely horrendous. He's going to draw. Yes, he draws the S, I should say, but he also drew QXV from the bag. So yeah, Jason is down by too much. He's probably has no creative way of coming back and making this game close. But that is the exact type of draw that if Jason now had a bingo that still fits, Ben's not only going to lose the game, he's going to lose by a solid margin with how heavy those tiles are. So that's definitely what he was clearly thinking of by changing this move a little bit. Or maybe he just didn't see the overlaps, Charles. I doubt it, but it's always possible.
Yeah, I mean, with a blank, it's very easy to miss bingos. And the bingos he had in that position were not necessarily the most straightforward. So it could just be that this is the bingo he saw and he decided to play it. I'm wondering if something like LAHS, LAHS, might have actually had a higher winning percentage, just to avoid the nightmare scenarios where he draws similarly to what he actually drew, but Jason does have a bingo.
You might still... Yeah, it's tough. Sorry, Charles. Go ahead.
I mean, it's always possible to go back and run some computer analysis on it, but over the board, you've only got a little bit of time to make those decisions. Sometimes you just have to feel it out and sort of feel like maybe Jason wasn't that close to a bingo, or he wouldn't have played pay on. Try to suss out what you think your opponent's range is. And I guess Ben probably did all those things and decided that this was the way to go.
Yeah, it's tough because with 6 tiles in the bag, you could play LAHS atop here and minimize your chance of drawing all of this clunk at once. But at the same time, if you do that and Jason bingos here, let's say he bingos in this spot for like 60 or something like that, all of a sudden Jason is up by 20 and you have a horrible rack. And he has 2 tiles to go out next turn. So I guess maybe like if you had a similar rack to this, something like Fix might not actually win you the game. This is a great play, scoring almost 50 points, but it leaves the Q on your rack. And depending on what tiles Jason draws from the bag, if they're even remotely decent tiles that let you go out for like 10 points, you're going to collect a boatload of points from the Q. So maybe it is indeed correct just to take the bingo now while you have it. But it's a tough one. And I do agree that a computer is going to know whether Spheral actually sort of docks Jason enough bingo percentage enough to be worth playing. So it's a toughie. I kind of like his instinct there, and he is going to have more than enough firepower, even though Jason can reasonably expect to get the Q from Ben's rack here. Ben's just up by too much.
Yeah, I'm actually running a quick computer simulation here with Quackle. We know that it's not always fully accurate in endgame scenarios, but it's close enough for us. It actually does have Spheral as winning more often than Harslet or Halsers by like a fraction of a percent, and Laws is 92% to win versus 97% for this play. So there must be only a few bingos that Jason can actually hit that will actually win him the game.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a great instinct by Ben to sort of suss that out. As a human being, he can't iterate through that the way a computer can, but he can rely on his instinct, which is very finely honed. And you can see that throughout Ben's career. He's won a lot of big events for good reason.
So I think Jason's probably going to spend some time here trying to contrive a genius endgame sequence where Ben gets stuck with one or multiple tiles. I think with the amount of clunk on Ben's rack, it's worth trying to figure it out. But Jason's probably got some niggling voice in the back of his head saying, "This is pointless. There's no way I can make it work." But I think it's worth giving it some thought.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you don't play in this area at all, Ben can just plop his X down with fix, right? So if you do that, that's pretty much anything you do is going to allow Ben to play for 47, which he's already up by so much. It's just up by it's just an insurmountable margin. So I wonder, it's been pointed out, maybe you can just play your T here if you're Jason, and then on your next turn, in the same spot where Geminate played, you have Remigate with the rest of your letters. So then when if Ben decides to play his X, you actually get a few more points by preventing him from playing his F. But I don't know. I mean, that's not a bad idea, but even then, the best idea that Jason has is not going to get him that close to actually winning here. So yeah, toughy, but that's kind of a cool idea. Sorry, go ahead, Charles.
It is a really good idea. So kudos to Chad for piecing that one together. Unfortunately, being down by 85 points makes most endgame sequences just totally futile. So I think just making this play and trying to end the game is very reasonable. Not trying to do anything fancy with multiple layers stick or anything like that. He will get a Q stick, presuming that Ben plays fix where we think he will. That might be about as good as he can hope for.
The cool thing here is that if Ben does actually play fix, that improves the outplay that Jason will get of Tegu forming EF on top. If he has sussed all of that out, that's very, very impressive. Even if not, he can just play emit for a pretty solid score with his final two tiles here. But yeah, Ben just needs to play fix. I expect him to do that in not too much more time, and he's going to lock up another win in round 5. So a great start in progress for Ben Schoenbrun here. 5-0 in a very tough field. It's going to be tough. Ooh, is this a challenge? Yeah, it looks like a challenge to be sure of retag. I'm a little surprised to see that one, Charles.
Yeah, he might be thinking he can get more spread if this comes off, because then he would have a chance to play the X and the Q. And so taking the 5-point hit is not so bad when the upside is so large for knocking that word off the board. But it is a valid word. We saw the challenge cam. So an extra 5 points for Jason.
Challenge cam brought to you by wordjudge.me and Art Moore's very useful tool to adjudicate Scrabble challenges. Thanks, Art. Love that picture of him there. There's the play of fix as we expected to see. And now the only question is, does Jason see his really cool spot to play off TE into the GU in the upper right? Or is he just going to play emit or something else and get us to the end of this game? But yeah, it's hard to... Oh, very nice. Love to see that, Charles.
Yeah, even in the face of total despair, Jason plays a very good endgame and gets this game about as close as he could have hoped for.
Yeah, it was a good one here. I mean, Ben played this game very, very well from start to finish, and I don't see a single move where I could look at it and say, yeah, he should definitely have done that one differently. This looks as close to a flawless game as I've seen from Jason's POV. I really don't quibble that much with any of his moves either. I guess you could say Payon could have been Geminate, an extremely high degree of difficulty find. But other than that, very crisply played game by these two. And I have every expectation we're going to see a lot of them both going forward. So, yeah. Any thoughts on this one, Charles?
Fully in agreement with you, Will. I think both players played this game nearly flawlessly. It was very well done from both sides. And now Ben's sitting at 5-0. That's exactly where you want to be at the start of a tournament. But maybe now has a little bit of a target on his back. So then again, maybe you don't want to be there.
It's tough. I mean, having a target on your back in Scrabble is tough because it's not like other sports where you can just like play harder or dirtier or something like that. Like, rough a guy up, show him who's boss. Like, you're still kind of at the mercy of the tiles. Maybe we should try to do some kind of physical altercation in Scrabble, to just get in people's head a little bit. But unfortunately, or I would say fortunately, that's just not a part of this particular game. So, in any case, what do you guys think about that in the chat? Should we have any kind of physical intimidation in Scrabble, or should we keep things the way they are? So, anyway, we'll cut back to us in the booth here, and we can noodle on that thought-provoking question a little longer. I think what we're actually going to do is cut to a quick break and huddle up and get you guys the best possible matchup. It may be that now is the time to bring everybody some matchups from our Division B in Collins, which features a lot of first-timers that are benefiting from the generous sponsorship of Bob Lynn, who we saw in Game 4. So let's cut to a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with Round 6 from Albany, New York.
You are muted, Will.
Thank you. Yes, I did that to not whatever burp and do whatever I needed to do during the break. Thank you, Charles. We're back. Nice smooth opening into round 6 here. As actually we are going to be dipping into Division 2 for just the next round. And as a reminder, we typically show games from the top division here, and it can be a little bit misleading into the level of play that is predominant in tournament Scrabble. The players we typically show on stream are the cream of the crop here, but there are still fantastic players at all levels and all experiences, and we're going to be dipping into Division 2 for a game between Cheryl Melvin and Ileana Philby, Charles.
Yep, this will be a nice change of pace, a little bit more reasonable words, a little bit more common, although still some very weird ones. All these Scrabble players know some weird words, but looking forward to a more believable matchup.
Yeah, for sure. So we can cut to the standings and take a look at how things are shaking out in Division B. You can see Cheryl Melvin, a longtime veteran player, one of the nicest people you could ever hope to meet. Oh, we got an update there too. And Ileana doing well. You see her down in 11th place, but she's got a 3-2 record, which is always, you're looking for more wins than losses here. Just want to point out those rating gains on the side. We have some first-time Collins players, and that is because of the initiative that is the sponsorship from veteran player Bob Lynn in the top division, very, very generously offering some extra prizes to those who come out and play Collins for the first time. A nice way to get your feet wet in that lexicon. There's nothing binding. You can go back to whatever you want to play at any time. But it's great to see that Bob's sponsorship, which is manifesting in a bunch of different ways, prizes across divisions, lower cost of participation for new players, hotel room defrayment. Really, really great to see more investment in the game.
Yeah, this is great generosity from Bob, and really helps to have a Division 2 of Collins where these players can actually thrive rather than being thrown right to the dogs, all the super expert Collins players that they would normally have to play. It is also worth noting that our matchup between Melvin and Ileana is actually two of the sort of longer time Collins players in Division 2. So these two, no stranger to the weird words in Collins. They've been playing it for a number of years, both of them. So these two, I would say, are the veterans of the Division 2 Collins field here at Albany, New York.
Yeah, perfect 5-0 record actually for Cheryl. Her nameplate says 4-0, but you can see the 5 wins pulling directly from her scorecard. Ileana could really use a win to keep pace with Cheryl here. So let's cut to the game and see how it goes. I could say, having played both of these two, Charles, maybe you have also, they are both so fun and pleasant to play. Almost, I can't imagine ever having heard anything other than a positive word from either of the two of them. So really a delight, both of them. And I'm sure they're going to have a great game.
Yeah, I've not played Ileana, but I have played Cheryl a few times. And even though I always seem to get the better of her, always takes in stride, always a pleasure to play. Knows some weird words, has astounded me with some of her word finding ability. These two are definitely not slouches when it comes to Scrabble.
So not the first 2 tiles that Ileana drew, the dreaded UW combination that if you watch any number of these Scrabble streams, and there come the 3 O's to go along with it. So far from the draw that Ileana would want to see to open things up on her streaming debut at this tournament. I'm sure she's been streamed before in her career once or twice. But yeah, wouldn't it be nice, Charles, to open up with some kind of a cool, stylish bingo or a nice baby bingo with a blank? Instead, not the letter she was hoping for.
Yeah, when she was turning over her last tile, I was hoping that it would be a T for the word blowout. But that was not to be. It was a third O. If she wants to get fancy, she could play the new word owo, which we've already seen once before. But it looks like we're going to see her try to get rid of a few more letters, which I think is a very reasonable thing to do when you've got such clunkers as the one she has.
Yep. So wool is perfectly reasonable. Try to get rid of those two of the three O's. She kept OUB, so there was an option to keep that L for a little better balance. But then again, by playing it, you get 2 extra points, so you can't turn up your nose at that too much. So I think a sensible first turn. And now Cheryl has VU on her rack. So eventually we're going to see these two players draw some of the actual good tiles in the bag. But to start, pretty underwhelming letters for both. And man, that's just not the letters that Ileana hopes to start the game with. Hopefully she could keep fighting her way through that to better days ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we know that there's blanks and S's somewhere in the bag. Eventually, somebody has to draw them. Cheryl not seeing a lot of good options for her either. I think this is one of her highest scoring options. She might have been able to score 2 more points with a play that kept the U and the V. So I think this is a very good idea just to keep scoring and try to power through this a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. Playing the E, sometimes you would want to keep that, but you can already see she's drawn another one. So no issues there. And it says a lot, as Charles said, that was actually one of her highest scoring plays, Cheryl, that is, with View. And meanwhile, a very similar situation for Ileana with Boyle for 19. There actually are very, very few plays, only one really, that score more than that, and it's a significantly more obscure word. So this is about as good as Ileana can do. So it's funny because I know the optics of this, we cut to a lower division game, the scores get a little bit lower, but I promise you the best players in the top division would not be doing any better than this with these tiles.
Yeah. These have been a kind of a disappointing first couple racks for both players. Cheryl now does have the X, so there's a little bit more hope there. She also has the S, and she is setting up nice cruxes, which plays in a couple spots on this board for a good score. If she wanted to play shorter, she could just do something like mix through the eye of view. That keeps pretty good bingo letters, CERSU. A lot of upside to playing something like mix on this turn.
Yeah, mix is tempting, but as you suggest, you can get a few more points right now going for cruxes. So, all right, we're going to see mix, maybe remix. Okay, she's going ahead and playing mixer for a couple extra points. So mix would have scored 28. You get 30 for this. But again, that ER combination is so strong in tandem with that S. It could have been tempting to keep them in reserve. Not only that, you do expose the triple as well. But that being said, you don't want to fixate too much on those bingo leaves without a really, certainty that you're going to draw something good. So, I think it is a reasonable choice. Some players might leave the ENR off. Let's see what Cheryl draws as we go back to Ileana. I'm not sure if she can hit that R in a way that makes her really satisfied here, Charles.
Yeah, she could do something like play Lunier, Lunier. That keeps the Y and the Z and only scores 21 points. So while she does have a play to that R, she doesn't really have one that's worth making, I would say. I think that's a perfectly fine play, keeping the Z in reserve. But on this turn, I'd be looking to get rid of the Z somehow. She does have the sort of interesting internet-only word LULZ through the
That's
L
true.
hole. But that
For
one's
the
hard to see.
Lulz, that's very hard to see for sure. I just was remarking that she actually had a very nice word, ULZIE. She had that set up and spelled in order. I can't imagine that is coincidental. And that is a valid word and would either play here for a solid score if that's where she's looking, or through the L for a few extra points, getting the Z on the triple letter score. So let's see what she does. This is a great play by Ileana here, Charles. I love this play for her.
Yeah, I think this does what she wants to get through the U. It scores with the Z, keeps reasonably synergistic letters with the L, N, and Y. I think especially with the I that she's opening up in the double-double lane. This has a lot of upside. So really good play from Ileana. Not a common word. It's columns only, but nicely spotted.
Yeah, this is a case in point right here that even in our Division B, you're seeing some pretty impressive plays. I'm a little bit surprised, but maybe I shouldn't be to see that move. That is definitely a pretty tough one to spot that word and play it here. So I'm very, very impressed with Ileana. And back to Cheryl. She's about to make what looks like a fantastic play as well, Charles.
Yeah, this one may be a bit more straightforward. It kind of jumps out at you with those letters, but still nice placement, nice amount of points, and keeps a very nice ST leave. So this basically does everything that Cheryl wants. So, and she plays it very quickly, which is another thing that we want her to do. Although it looks like her clock did not activate. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get used to this phone that we use as a clock.
Yeah, maybe one of them will catch that, or there we go. I think producer Josh just let her know, and now you can see Ileana's clock is moving as it should be. So back over to Ileana, both players fresh off of making quite nice plays, and as I've seen suggested already, the U, Y, G, some of these letters, I guess the G isn't that bad with an I open to play this. But that being said, if you're looking for a place to plop the Y, a good place would be as a hook to view. That is a nice way that maybe she'll see that spot and want to play guy there, something like that. Maybe she'll play ugly there, and that would backfire in a massive way in this particular situation. If ugly were played, you could see Cheryl play frosted or defrost and fugly if she thought of that hook. So very interesting ways this game could unfold. There are a couple really impressive plays, a couple of which have been spotted in the chat. Actually, as a puzzle for the chat, the best play has not been spotted yet, and maybe some of you can try to find it. Any other thoughts on what direction Ileana should take here, Charles?
Yeah, I'm seeing the same fantastic plays that you are, Will, and I'd say those may be slightly out of the range of these players, certainly out of the range of a lot of the players in Division 1. So no shade on Ileana by any means. She has some really nice plays here that would require good play finding ability and very good word knowledge. I think something like this, which you suggested, Will, is a very good compromise between scoring decently, getting rid of the G, the U, and the Y, which I think are the three worst letters on her rack, keeping good bingo letters, and scoring decently. So this is a very good idea, assuming that she's not able to play the fantastic bingo that she had available.
Yeah, so I wrote it in the chat there. Pretty crazy play, as you suggested, Charles. I think that would escape the notice of a lot of players in the top division, potentially myself included, without having the engine to help me. But Cheryl, as long as Cheryl feels confident in the plural of Ulzi, as long as she doesn't think that's some kind of a interjection or something like that, she's about to score a fantastic amount of points with the bingo of frosted. And down it comes. And I think this is really interesting, Charles. Frosted is actually a noun. Do we think either of these players will know that? You can put an S on that word, frosteds. Very weird looking word that I'm not sure you would know unless you studied the dictionary really hard. So I'll be curious to see whether that comes into play. I wouldn't be surprised at all if neither player doesn't take a risk on such a weird looking S hook.
Yeah, that is definitely a weird one. It sort of lives in my head next to malteds, another ED word that you wouldn't think takes an S but does. Definitely feel like that one requires a little bit more mastery of the dictionary to know, but you never know with these players. They've been playing for a long time. They don't necessarily have to have studied a word formally to be aware of its existence. They've played enough Scrabble, so many casual, so many tournament games that you don't know what they know and they could know it. So we'll see if this comes into play. But again, really nice find by Cheryl, finds it quickly, scores a boatload of points, 95 for Frosted. And thankfully, correctly designating the blank, I did see that she initially misdesignated it and had to go back and fix it. So we're glad she didn't lose a turn on a misdesignated blank.
Yeah, that would have been apparently designating it an S. Makes sense. You would probably frequently designate the blank an S over the course of your Scrabble play. And maybe that's a foreshadowing that she is thinking about the S hook on this word. But yeah, she got it right. It would be a shame if she, for procedural reasons, had to lose a turn there because she technically, by the letter of the law, played the word frost SD. So she avoided that. It looks like Ileana is targeting the Eye of Ulzi's here, where there are some bingos available. You can't play an S hook of loaners or re-loans anywhere on this board unless you're willing to chance the Frosted's hook. So she'll have to improvise. I think the likeliest place for her to do that would be through the Eye of Ulzi's, but I was a little worried that she was getting set to play Aloiners, Charles, which is close to a valid word, but not quite.
Yeah, this is sort of where the studying or lack of it possibly comes into play. Again, not trying to judge players who study more or less than others, but the bingos available to Ileana through the eye are hard to find unless you've studied them. She's got Alienors and Ilarions available through that eye, and those are kind of hard to come up with if you haven't studied them. You might have this intuition that there is something there, but you might not know what it is or exactly how to spell it. And so it can kind of create a difficult situation where you want to bingo there, but you're not exactly sure how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, it's a good point. And it is important that she try to not get her wires crossed here because Cheryl is sitting on a fantastic set of tiles that includes the second blank as well. So whenever one player draws both of the blanks and a good number of S's and other strong tiles, it is going to be naturally an uphill battle for the other player and less room for error through no fault of Ileana's. But if she's going to be able to combat the very good tiles, and I might add the very strong playing by Cheryl, she has to try not to make a misstep here. And if she goes for a bingo, hopefully she's able to dig deep and pick one of those that actually is valid. And yeah, I just wonder, looks like she's going back to loaners and re-loans. But yeah, the Frosted's hook is just so bizarre. I cannot imagine that being played unless either player is incredibly confident.
Yeah, that one's tough. And again, we are playing Division 2 is the same as Division 1 in Collins, 5-point challenge. Very hard to get away with phonies. I actually can't remember if Cheryl's known as a frequent challenger of words, but a lot of these lower rated Collins players do make a habit of challenging a lot of words just because, you know, they know that the penalty is not that great and it's just 5 points. So I'd be very surprised if Ileana tried something here that she wasn't sure of. Downside of that is there's no easy bingos for her on this turn. So she might have to make a short play trying to set up another spot on the board to hit an easy bingo. One tile fish somewhere or two tile fish somewhere. She's already down by a lot, so that is a tough pill to swallow. But I think would be preferable to, you know, trying a word that you're not sure of.
Yeah, I do tend to agree with that. You can definitely go the route of if you're not able to find a bingo now, you can try to make an opening. You have no reason to assume that Cheryl should have as strong of a rack as she does. She's got, and it looks like, you know, several turns worth of management would lead to a rack of S, T, E, whatever. And let's see, we're going to see Ileana is just going to play groan. Okay, so this is better than taking a risk on a word she's not sure of. So down goes groan. And I wonder if that puts a little bit of pressure on Cheryl now to either know frosteds or to come up with something. Okay, she's got that eye open, which is a big swing. She could play weariest. Nicely spotted by her here. Not sure what else there was available, Charles, but great to bingo on 2 consecutive turns for Cheryl.
Yeah, nice play by Cheryl. This puts the game, very, very strongly in her favor. She did have the double sweatier for 90 points, making the blanket artist she already did. So that is an improvement, and I think is a word that she does know. But on a rack like that, as long as you're getting a bingo down on the board, it's going to be a really good play.
Yeah, it's interesting to think also that now there is, I believe, another S hook, which I think is most players would not think about. So Frosted's just got a lot less useful with Weariest obstructing this spot right here. But sweariest is also a word having more swear words in it. So that would be a nice way to score well with an S. Ileana has an S, but man, her draw was not very good at all after groan. Keeping a pretty balanced set of tiles, she drew all consonants and not what she was hoping to see at all. 2 straight bingos for Cheryl. Looks like she's up. I think actually she's going to be up more than what you currently see. The extra points from Weariest are going to push her score into the 200s here.
Yep, thanks for the reminder, Will. I forgot to save the file, but we see that Cheryl's up by a lot here. And Ileana, the board is not developing in her favor. It's very close to bingos now, and her tile's just not cooperating. So we see her just dump the 2 L's. I think maybe a slight improvement here would also be just to drop the G as well. No reason to keep VG together on this turn just because those 2 letters kind of snarl at each other when you put them on the same rack. You want to break those up if possible.
Yeah, for sure. 2 tiles that don't mesh particularly well, but she actually drew decently to that leave of 2 vowels. I'm not sure she actually has anything playable, but I think she'll have an easier time on her next turn. Maybe she will try to play vestige somewhere with that A in place of the I, which would make it a valid word. The score line of the game definitely will be motivating her to potentially take a gamble that she might not normally. So we'll see, but it's actually kind of a tough turn to navigate for Cheryl because I feel like a lot of her good options here actually open the board in ways that she would probably prefer to avoid, Charles.
Yeah, I think both Cheryl and Ileana know enough about Scrabble to realize when their opponent is fishing. And when Ileana makes a play like all for just 6 points, it smells strongly like a fishing play. And so Cheryl will be reluctant to open up new bingo spots or easy spots to score unless it's really worth her while to do so. Downside of that recognition, though, is on this board, it's really hard to make a play that doesn't open things up. It's really compact towards the center of the board, and you want to keep it that way. You don't want to open up stuff on the fringes, but Cheryl doesn't really have any good plays that sort of keep things closed. So it's going to be a tough turn for Cheryl. Luckily, she's up by 140 points. So she does have a little bit of wiggle room for getting things slightly wrong.
Yeah, for sure. So, something I would just say if she's going to open for any reason, okay, so she is making a very defensive play here. This is, to be defensive at this score makes a lot of sense. She's played Hain. That's kind of a weird, archaic 4-letter word, but she's done a lot of good things with that move. She's made it impossible now to open the board by playing a top the H of Hutch. That would have been a very nice way for Ileana to try to open space in 2 spots at once. That's no longer on the table. So doesn't score a whole lot, but when you're up by well over 100 points, that's not really that big a deal. So if if the number one goal of that turn for Cheryl was to try to close things down without opening anything back to Ileana, mission accomplished. And oh, wait a second. Okay, she is potentially going to be playing sweariest here. So that is a valid word. Nice. I was looking at that for a second, Charles, and I was like, wait a second. Did she play SL? But now I see Ileana is about to cash that S in a pretty powerful spot.
Yeah, I think this is actually a really good idea by Ileana. The S is not doing a lot for her on this board. She might recognize that there's not really anywhere to hook an S for any productive amount of points. So if you can score 38 while using your S, opening a spot that Cheryl basically has to deal with if she wants to retain control of this game, you definitely take that opportunity. So a really good inspired play by Ileana, I think.
Yeah, that's her highest scoring play by a fair margin. I'm pretty impressed to see her take a chance on that. It is going to come back valid. It looks like Cheryl has stopped the clock in order to challenge. And when it does, it's going to be an extra 5 points for Ileana. So headed to the wordjudge.me challenge computer. Thank you so much, Art Moore, for making this very useful tool. I never get tired of looking at that. Incredible pose on his part. And off they go to take a look. And we're going to see that green screen that Ileana will be very happy to see.
Yeah, I love the reactions from players when they see the word come back, good or bad. It's another great aspect of the challenge cam that we've got going here. So Ileana very pleased to get those 5 extra points. That puts her just a little bit closer, but every point at this score is going to be helpful for her.
Other interesting thing about the play of Slave by Ileana is that it opens the bottom of the board in a very aggressive way. Now, of course, Cheryl has some strong tiles, and she may be looking to play something like Keeper. I think she's getting, you can see kind of like what number was the Terminator that forms itself by liquid in Terminator 2's T2000 or whatever. The letters for Keeper are sort of coming together on her rack in exactly that fashion, and we're about to see Keeper be played for 51 points. But without a really nice scoring tile like that, it could have been awkward for Cheryl to block that opening. So that being said, great play here by Cheryl. That had to have been her best move.
Yep, that was her best move. The computer agrees. We all agree here. Very nice play by Cheryl. But I do agree with you, Will, that if Cheryl was burdened by 1-point tiles, or maybe not non-scoring tiles generally, it could have been kind of a struggle to productively use that spot. She might have looked somewhere else and left it for Ileana. So nice idea by Ileana just to put that out there and see if it can stay out there. That would be her ticket back into this game.
Yeah, these are the type of plays that you need to make when you're at a deficit. And now the fun begins to guess, will we see a 3-letter extension to Keeper be played? One of them shouted out Zoo. I was immediately thinking about Bar and Beekeeper. I didn't actually think about Innkeeper, and I've never heard of Box Keeper before in my life, Charles.
Yeah, I guess I should be studying these because it's coming into play here. Maybe the weirdest one, Box Keeper, is not really an option. The X has already been played, but some of those others still very much in play. I would be very impressed if one of these players manages to hit that spot.
So yeah, the B is still here, but not a lot of E's for Beekeeper to come. And then, of course, plenty of A's, but only one R for Barkeeper. And the Z is already on the board. So it seems like by far the most likely extension that we might see is Innkeeper with all those I's and N's. That certainly seems the likeliest from here, just based on the tiles that have yet to be played. But then, Charles, once you draw it, you have to think about actually playing it, which is those are two different things.
Yeah, and definitely it's kind of an obscure spot. You're not necessarily thinking there. I certainly had not realized that those words were possibilities until chat started bringing it up. So if you do recognize that spot, I think that's you're already well the way there to being able to play something there. Looks like Ileana is going to kill that dream for the most
Oh,
part. Maybe
not
Beekeeper
beekeeper.
still.
Yeah, beekeeper is still alive with Geit, as you suggest, Charles. You're right. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, but I think this is a decent play by Ileana. It unduplicates the I. It gets rid of the G, but unfortunately still keeps the U. But really not a whole lot of options on that turn that scored decently. I guess if I'm Ileana, I'm maybe continuing to try to keep the board open at this score, but it's sort of hard to see how to do that productively.
Yeah, and all right, there we go. A couple, maybe one more consonant. Oof. All right, not quite. So she had a little bit vowel heavy of a leave, and she drew two more vowels and a consonant along with it. So she will go into next turn with a bit of a vowel surplus. And as you suggest, Charles, the board is definitely quite tight here. So if her aspiration is to get another bingo down, eventually she's going to need to consider playing something in this area that opens more action on the row above it. I think that's to my eye, a reasonable way of achieving that. And back over to Cheryl. She has the opposite problem with all those consonants, and she goes ahead and plays jot, which blocks the T of sweariest. But, you could get hit by some good scoring plays alongside the J. I think Cheryl can easily weather those when they happen.
Yeah, Cheryl does have some wiggle room here, given that the score disparity is quite high. I'd be a little bit reluctant to make a play like this just because it leaves me with no vowels. I actually didn't really see a good play that kept her O, so maybe that's kind of a pointless diversion at this point. But we see she did actually draw two vowels. She maybe noted that the bag was relatively vowel heavy and thought she could weather it. So I think a decent idea from her to score with the J, and the draw worked out for her, so she's going to be able to keep up the scoring in future turns.
Yeah, I think plenty of scoring pop for Cheryl that I agree. She's got a couple easy places where you could see, for example, a simple three-letter play there. It looks like she's getting ready to play the newly added FAM. That might go down in the lower left corner in a nice way. I wonder if Ileana is going to go for the gusto here and just play OU right there. That's a play that makes a lot of sense from the standpoint of getting rid of two vowels, not using up either of your consonants. But, of course, it is going to give Cheryl a red alert reason to play along the triple lane in whatever way she can. The crazy thing is, I don't think, Ileana plays here instead. I understand why, but actually, Charles, the funny thing about playing OU on the opposite side of the board, Cheryl doesn't have a hook to Joe. It's actually kind of difficult for her to do that much. I guess she would just play FOU and FA.
Yeah, it's very scary to play to make if you're Ileana, because you're down by so much. You're scoring 17 points, but you're giving a huge scoring spot to your opponent. And it just feels like, why would I gift my opponent a spot like that? But sometimes you need to it's a bitter pill to swallow, but sometimes you need to do plays like that just to maintain sort of any chance of winning this game. And right now with the score as it is, it's just getting harder and harder to see how Ileana is going to come back.
Yeah, I do think she is in some trouble given the score and the composition of the board, making it so difficult. I mean, even this O of hour is going to be quite difficult to hit. In all likelihood, she'll need another play through the O that sets up a more realistic place to play 7-letter words. And FAM goes down for Cheryl, and look at that draw, Charles. Ouch.
Yeah, it actually does make a 7-letter word. And it does play next to jot, but it's not the kind of letters that you would expect to bingo with.
Hmm. So, yeah, let's see. Fam is the play for Cheryl, and now over to Ileana. And what could she? Oh man, that's crazy! I can't even believe that she actually drew. I didn't see it at first. I think this is technically the most probable seven-letter bingo. Oh my gosh, look how close she is. There we go. Very nice. There it is, Charles. She got it.
I think
She
she found it faster than you did, Will.
she absolutely did. I was completely stunned that there was a bingo there. I think I've actually played this word semi recently, but for whatever reason, I did not see it just now. So there we go. Nicely spotted, Ileana. It's going to come down and score quite well. And Cheryl has drawn kind of clunky tiles, but in her defense here, a much needed simple play, QIN, can play in the upper corner. That should be one she is able to spot and play here in response.
Yeah, really nice play by Ileana, showing some word knowledge, some of that high probability Collins word knowledge that is so handy. Puts her a little bit closer, still maybe two bingos behind in a bag that's not going to be likely to yield two bingos. But it's in a situation like this, it's nice to at least get something down, ease the pain a little bit.
Yeah, no question. And again, you can definitely see early on that there are some really, really good players that are not doing as well in the standings. Rest assured, those players are trying their absolute best to minimize the size of their losses in games that they're sort of fated to lose. You never know when you're going to go on that run of good tiles and hope that your margin of victory tiebreaker will start to get you ahead in the standings. So you got to be fighting, scratching for every inch, every point in these games, and a nice way to cut a big chunk of her deficit out there for Ileana to find that bingo. So back over to Cheryl. I cannot imagine if she does not consider playing chin in the upper right corner. I have no idea what she would do here, Charles.
Yeah, she hasn't played it yet, which perhaps makes it seem like she hasn't seen it yet, which would be kind of a downer on this turn. She's got a very nice Q play for 38 points. If she doesn't play it, she doesn't have a whole lot of other options. Innkeeper is long gone. She does have the I and the two N's for it. She might be looking to play to those triples without using the Q, which I think would be a significant misstep here. But just anything to take out those triples and prevent a big bingo from Ileana would be okay. Looks like she's going a different route, playing icon through the O of our. Decent play, but gets rid of one of the three ends, but really would like to play the Q on this turn.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that she stands a good chance of redrawing the I, which would allow her, if she draws it, now she's got two places to play it. Maybe with two available places, she will not overlook it, but oh my gosh, bad to worse for her there. And now, I mean, it's funny because she is up by a lot, but with such horrendous letters, Ileana has a chance to take another chunk out of this lead. I still don't think it's going to be enough to deliver Ileana a win here, but if she can get another bingo down, she's going to cut this gap quite a lot, knowing that Cheryl really is quite hamstrung on her next turn here.
Yeah, and Ileana does have some scoring possibilities to the right of Eterio, either involving Joe that's already on the board or playing further up. And she's got a new bingo line that Cheryl created over on the left side of the board. Maybe she'd want to keep her D to try to hit that spot. But there is a little bit of, maybe not a glimmer of hope, but a glimmer of we're going to get this game even closer. If Ileana can make a scoring play here, draw a bingo, and Cheryl ends up, struggling with the Q and multiple N's and D's. This game could be a lot closer than it seemed like it would be a few turns ago.
Yeah, totally agreed. Cheryl has meaningfully set aside NY. That would go right here for a very good score, but it looks like Ileana is going to use that spot up before Cheryl can get there. This is a reasonable option. Unfortunately, there isn't a great way for Ileana to use that spot and actually also hit the triple while also keeping that E, which is the last E in the set right now. You would love to keep that E because it helps your chance of bingoing so very much, but I don't really see how you can cover up that spot and still do so. And the thing about it, though, is that Cheryl really needed that spot to stay open. And now there are too few tiles in the bag for her to exchange. So she's going to have to fight her way through these really atrocious tiles with no hope to toss them back into the bag.
Yeah, this is kind of a bad situation for Cheryl. I guess I shouldn't say deserved, but she had some very good plays early in the game, and now things have turned completely in terms of the workability of her letters. And something like this is really almost her only option. This one is a little bit scary, though. It does set up the A hook for any.
And even an S hook.
Yeah, or the S. Yeah,
that's more obscure by far. I think the A jumps out quite a bit for any hooking NY on the board, but there is an obscure S hook to this too. But there we go. Cheryl drawing the I, and now you can see clearly she has this set up, and there are two places to play it. I don't think she's going to miss it again. So I guess Ileana will probably go ahead and cash the any hook now. I don't think she has a great way of fishing to something that she can actually hit. Maybe she will try to do that. Oh, she is going to go for a fish, and maybe try to hit this spot. We'll see what she ends up drawing, but I think she's going to draw BP from the bag. That's not what she would have hoped to see, Charles.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea just to try to get one last bingo down with that spot next to Icon. It just so happened that the tiles were not in her favor for this one. And we see Cheryl playing what she might have been or should have been able to play a couple turns ago. She finally gets around to it. Nice play for 42 points of chin. That puts her at a very nice score of 438.
Yeah, so the initial opportunity to play that word passed her by, but with all the eyes in the bag, she finally got another one and redeemed herself there with by far the correct play. Of course, now she has 4 consonants and no great way to dump them, but that doesn't matter. You can see the score has once again gotten out of reach for Ileana. Another bingo for Ileana would have gotten things quite close, but it was not to be down the stretch of the game. So she will play Pav here just to get a few extra points for that V. And now we're into the waning stages of this endgame.
Yeah, not a whole lot of options here for Cheryl. Although I guess Ileana did actually just give her a nice play of damn through the AM. If she just plays off her D in the N, that's looking pretty good. But no matter what she does here, she could just keep passing or play phonies or whatever. She's going to win this game by a lot and improve. She's already in first place, but she's going to increase her lead in this Division 2 of the Collins field.
Yeah, 5-0 already, moving up to 6-0. Great start for Cheryl here. Ileana is going to take a loss that brings her down to 3-3. But hey, if you look at the standings in other divisions, you're going to see a lot of players who are under the Mendoza line here in the early going. There's just a lot of good players at these events, and somebody's got to lose. So with 28 games to play, you could easily see a reversal of fortune. And Ileana has not committed. Oh, sorry. Cheryl played Dram there, if I'm not mistaken, which, Charles, was her optimal endgame play, I think.
We see Ileana a little bit low on time. She had some tough decisions this game, some tough racks that were close to bingos and didn't quite make it. But she's not going to go over here. I'd say a very well fought game from Ileana, but Cheryl just played very well throughout this game. Maybe a couple slip ups there at the end involving the cue, but otherwise very well played by her.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. There was a nice several turn sequence there from Hutch to Keeper, where I feel like she nailed pretty much every move. The only improvement might have been Weariest converting that into Sweatier instead. But other than that, that key sequence of the game, Cheryl nailed about 5 moves in a row. So pretty impressive by her, but some nice moments for Ileana too. I was very impressed with Ulzi in that situation. Guy was also very good thinking to remember to use that Y hook. And then, of course, thinking to put the S on Weariest to make Sweariest. And finally, bingoing with Eterio. A lot of high points for Ileana in the game as well. So the game now concludes. Cheryl playing Dan to go out and finish things off. And yeah, like we were saying at the outset of the game, Charles, even though this is Division B and we typically stay at the tippy top of Division A on the stream, you can see that it is a wide range of abilities, but also the players in Division B can really bring it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Both these players definitely brought it. Maybe Cheryl brought it a little more than Ileana, or maybe that's just the tiles talking. But just as we expected, these players showed some poise, exactly confirming, the fact that they've been playing for a long time. We see that handshake. Good to see the sportsmanship. It was a little bit of a blowout in Cheryl's favor, but I think both players did quite well.
Yeah, so there we go. You can see the scoring leaders. This is so cool. Kudos to Josh Greenway at Let's Play Scrabble behind the scenes for hooking this up. This is just awesome. You can see scoring averages for and against. Really, Cheryl standing head and shoulders above the pack here in her cumulative margin. But hey, I got to give some credit also to Mike Downey playing some great defense there with he's averaging a little bit less, but his points against, nice defense there by Mike, who is in 3rd place. And he is another first timer trying Collins with some of the sponsorship provided by Bob Lynn, as we've been talking about. So there you go. Pretty respectable average points for 421 for Cheryl, Charles. I'd be pretty happy with that average in the top division as well.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like scoring over 400, averaging over 400 for a tournament's great for anybody. But for these Division 2 players, you definitely have to be happy when you're doing so well. So nice job to Cheryl. Very good start to this tournament. Scoring very well. Great to see her doing well in this sort of newly revitalized bottom half of the Collins division.
Yeah, look at all the new players you see. You can pretty easily detect which players here are new to this lexicon, the ones with the gigantic rating gain, which is identical to their new rating. But this is a nice way of capturing at a quick glance which are the new players in Division B of Collins. So great job to everybody giving it a try. Hope everybody's having a great time. So I remember my first time playing Collins. I didn't really know too much more than the 2 and 3 and some high point words. And I felt like that was enough to at least make me competitive. And I was very fortunate to actually win my first Collins event. So you can get pretty far. It's all Scrabble and it's all a lot of fun.
Yeah, I would echo that, Will. It's going into Collins and just knowing some 2s and some 3s. You can play all the same bingos that you're used to playing, but now there's more places to play them. There's more hooks, easier to fit words on the board. Words like ST, which, you know, might seem a little weird, but they let me play the bingo that I couldn't have played when I was playing NWL, so that feels pretty good. You can get a long way just with a little bit of Collins knowledge.
Yeah, I would say ST and CH, number one words. I've probably gotten hundreds of comments on my YouTube channel about both of those words and anger that they would be valid words. But hey, you have to tell people to be quiet somehow, right? That's, I think, what that literally means. So we can turn that from a sound into a word as our Scrabble purposes suit us. So, in any case, I hope you enjoyed that little taste of Division B, but we are headed back to Division A in round 7, and two players who are doing quite well in the standings, at least heading into round 6. 5-0 Dan Blake versus 4-1 Terry Kang, pending their results in round 6. It's possible that it's going to be a matchup between a 6-0 and 5-1 Dan and Terry. Those are results that are simultaneously surprising due to how many world-class players are in the field, but not surprising, Charles, because these are two strong veteran players.
Yep, these two have been playing Collins for a long time. It's not surprising to see them win their share of games. Maybe a little surprising to see them do so well against such a tough field. But then again, maybe not that surprising because we know how good they can play. So looking forward to seeing this matchup between two players who are, I guess, would be in the bottom half of the seedings for Division 1, but certainly not playing like it.
Yeah, without question. I feel like Terry in particular has had some strong results of late. I know that she was right in the very top of a pretty big international event in Malta, which is kind of a bucket lister for me to go to Malta to play Scrabble. She does that, I think, every year, and she had a fantastic tournament overseas. No stranger to high level play is Terry. And in Dan's case, I always feel like Dan comes up with great ideas when we're playing together, always surprising me with some interesting stratagem. So hopefully he gives us a little bit of that when it comes time to show the two of them in just a couple of minutes. So, yeah, do you have any? I would imagine Dan, I think, keeps closer to the Northeast, Charles, but surely you've logged in some games with Terry over the years.
I think I've played Terry before, but possibly in NWL. It's been a while. I actually don't remember how those games went, but we've seen her on stream before. We've seen her do good against these tough fields. Really, no amount of success should really surprise it when it comes to her and her word finding ability. I guess while we're waiting for those players to be wrangled, we could do some more plugs for the stream. We haven't done that for a couple games now, but make sure that you like this video. You might have done it in the morning, but we're on a new stream. We're on a new video. Those likes, I don't think they carried over. So
I just clicked it.
Click it in the morning. You got to click it again in the afternoon. Click it twice if you have to.
I feel a little energy, a jolt of, something good karma or something just surged through me as I clicked this button. And unfortunately, I'm already subscribed to the channel, so I don't get the sheer joy that I experienced when I clicked that button for the first time. That was a delight. But lately I have clicked the notification bell to make sure I don't miss any Let's Play Scrabble live streams. And I definitely feel like my life's trajectory has gone straight up since I clicked that button. So I recommend it to all of you out there as well. Charles, any thoughts on that?
I'm actually not currently logged into YouTube, so I'll just have to pretend that I'm clicking the button. I apologize. The like is there in spirit. But not there in reality. I promise I will get that sorted out in the future. But for now, somebody else has got to click that like button in my absence.
There you go. Yeah, we are a team out here, all trying to promote Scrabble together. After all, I feel like it's been a cool couple of years for Scrabble. I can just feel. I mean, just thinking about the Let's Play Scrabble streams in particular, we now have these really highly integrated standings and statistics pages that are really next level. I'm so excited about that. And that is due to the hard work by Josh Greenway behind the scenes at letsplayscrabble.com. Also shouting out his organizational partner in crime, Kieran O'Connor. Really want to support these guys. What they're doing is super, super important for the future of Scrabble, and I feel very passionately about that. So all jokes aside, the easiest way to show your appreciation is just clicking a few buttons on YouTube, and they're just doing fantastic work. So that's my honest, earnest plea. We can cut to the standings now if we want, as producer Josh is suggesting, and look at that. Dan Blake, a mere 2 points of spread ahead of Matthew O'Connor in first place. Very impressive. Look at the murderer's row of players that he is currently beating out in the standings. Very impressive performance by Dan Blake so far as one of the lower seeds in the top group, Charles.
Yeah, this is great. I actually didn't realize he was doing this well. I mean, it is not really a surprise, but it kind of is. These players are super tough up and down this division, and to go undefeated through these first games of the tournament, it's just got to be a great feeling for Dan. And we see Terry not too far behind in fourth place. So both players just doing extremely well so far in Albany.
Yeah, Dan, the 12th seed, and Terry, the 14th seed in this division. So fantastic job to them. And I think the players are now seated and ready to rock in short order. Wow, there are a lot of wins there in the last 5 games, Charles, for both players.
Yeah, that's a lot of red. That's very nice from both players.
Yeah, you like to see that. Average points against for Dan, playing some great defense there, 355. That is very, very low. And against some strong players mixed in there as well. There's, Jason Ubika and Keller are longtime expert players. Everybody on these lists are strong. So love to see that. Looks like Terry is going to be going first based on her being seated on that side of the table for the first, mover of the game. So without further ado, I think we can get rolling here with round 7, our penultimate round of our opening day here at Albany. How you feeling stamina-wise?
I'm feeling pretty good, but I've got a full day of commentary coming tomorrow. So ask me again game 7 tomorrow, and I might answer differently.
It's a marathon for sure. Having done a couple of these, long tournaments, I am very grateful to have a day off and let you man the fort tomorrow. I will be back, I think, for one shift on Tuesday and one on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, it's a lot less grueling when you've got a whole team behind you. So thank you very much, Charles, for your service, taking the full day tomorrow. I got to keep that stamina up. But Terry going first. I like this play here. Wavy looks pretty standard and correct.
Yeah, nice play by Terry, making it very quickly. I think clearly the best play. Is this the first vertical opener that we've had on stream?
So one of these days I want to make a video about that topic because I think it's simultaneously so ridiculous and also so telling about the psychology of the game. But yes, I think this is the first vertical opening. And of course, we can get the debates going in the chat about how we feel about that. But it should be in all, it should technically be no different than a horizontal play, but you could write an essay about why it is actually different. So where do you stand on this one, Charles? Do you hate the vertical openers with a passion, or are you a practitioner of the dark art?
I guess I am a vertical opener. So as you put it, a practitioner of the dark art. That does not mean that I don't hate other vertical openers.
Oh, wow. I don't even want to take a psychologist to sift through that. I don't know if we want to dive any deeper. But over to Dan. He's got some good scoring tiles, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be trying to use the F and or K here. And he's going to go ahead and play Fet. Okay, so this is, I wonder... All right, felt is the play here. I think potentially the star play for him would be just Folk, Folk. That gets the clunkier of his two scoring tiles off and leaves him with a good bingo leave. So that just might have been something that he didn't generate as a choice, or maybe there's a reason behind it. Maybe he wants to set his K up right here in a way that scores pretty well. I think I would tend to prefer Folk here, though, Charles.
Yeah, I think a word like folk is very easy to spot. So I think Dan is trying to execute like a multi-turn K setup. He could start with KO or KN in that spot next to Wavy. Um, I guess the downside of that is it's not always going to stay open. Then you've kept the K for no reason. So I think this play does have some upside, but it's not guaranteed to materialize.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. This does feel like a very logical place to play if you cannot reach the lower triple, which of course Terry cannot. Unfortunately for her, she doesn't really have a way of playing lucratively in this spot either. I guess she could play something like Nabs in that spot if she wanted to. That would be a way to sort of undouble her N's and S's and interfere with the spot a little bit better. The nice thing also is if you actually envision Nabs on the board, Terry would have the second S and a good spot to play an S bingo if she were to draw one. So that's a reasonable play, but it looks like she might be considering playing band or bands somewhere else, Charles. I don't know if I feel like there's a star play here.
Yeah, I wonder if something just like bands and felts, it's kind of straightforward, doesn't do anything fancy. It actually does create a scary looking Z spot on that triple letter score above bands. For that reason, I might be a little bit hesitant to play it, but it keeps N and S, good bingo letters, still plenty of E's and I's to help you turn those letters into a bingo. You still got that S hook next to F for Fs. There's a lot of nice things about this play.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is pretty standard. You do, as you say, you have to worry a little bit about the Z. Also, the J can fit there. Neither of those have been played. Of course, Dan is then going to have a nice extra place to play his K if he wants it. That seems like something that would be likely as a follow up. But yeah, I don't really quibble with that option. One thing to note about it is if Dan somehow does not play his K in this spot, bands actually does take an A as a front hook. A bands is also a word, and I think it's pretty likely that'll be a moot point that word exists. But you never know. Maybe Dan will. Oh, okay, a totally different location. Band does through the A for 18 points. Same letters would have been 24 right here, but this does not make nearly as lucrative of a scoring spot for Dan to use. So there is some defensive merit to this.
Yeah, actually, I think this is a good idea by Terry not opening up spots unnecessarily for letters that she doesn't have. There's maybe a minor hot spot above the B of bandas if you've got an O or an A. Something like Zeta there would be a big score, but sort of more unlikely than just a two-tile Z play for 60. And we see that she has drawn the blank in addition to the S that she kept, so we'll probably be seeing a bingo from Terry next turn. Meanwhile, Daniel still has that spot that we think he set up for himself. He's got that KN or KO spot. I feel like he's going to be looking there, but also looking at the new spot above bandas.
Yeah, totally agreed. It'll be interesting to see if he does hammer that K spot in short order, because it will sort of confirm that might have been some of the thinking behind Felt. But yeah, we will see Terry play a bingo in short order next turn. It'll be interesting to see what the play is there. Okay, not. That is a very reasonable choice by Dan. There were a bunch of different options that would have fit in this spot, and he picked a nice one. But it does allow, if Terry wants it, she can now hook onto this, there's plenty of places for her to bingo here, actually. She'll have bingos down from the B that will be tempting. I'm trying to see if there's anything with two S's, but I don't think so. I think that would be too ambitious with those letters. So let's see what she elects to do. Do you have any bead here? Oh, there's also the W, Charles. That could be nice too.
Yeah, I would be looking at the B here just because it seems safest from a board opening perspective. I'm playing something like Blinders, which I think Terry has set up on her rack. Does not open a whole lot of new bingo lines, and it closes a few of the existing ones. So I would definitely prefer that over something like windless, I guess might be a word from the W, or any of the multitude of 7-letter words that would play hooking knot to make knots. I think the B is the natural choice for Terry on this turn.
Yeah, I agree with that reasoning. There's no reason when you can play here for 72 that you should open a triple for 76. I would say that a really cool option, if Terry thinks of it, I said this earlier, I miss plays like this all the time, but something like slinked hooking snai is actually a pretty cool way of scoring well without really opening too much back to Dan. Arguably, Blinders opens even less than that back, just because if you imagine a word being played here, these tiles are way more open than anything except the S of Blinders. This is really the only thing that Dan can use to play a bingo in response, so you get some defensive merit for this one as well. But Slinked might have been the only thing I would seriously consider if I had a button which showed me all of the options on any given move, which I do because I'm doing commentary.
Yeah, we love that button. The players would love to have that button. Then again, maybe they wouldn't. That would take the joy out of Scrabble, is if all the candidate plays were shown to you in a big list. So it's nice for us doing commentary. We get to pretend that we see every single play.
Yeah, I agree. The fun of it is using your brain. So, I mean, that's just, you don't even need to, that would be a whole other can of worms to discuss the motivations behind, playing Scrabble. Is it about winning, or is it about the challenge of mastering an extremely difficult game and weathering the storm of your own mistakes? That's what kind of makes the game more meaningful. But anyway, Dan has to ignore all of these concerns and try to navigate this difficult set of tiles after not. I think he left LDO. Did he have an S? I don't think so. I think he left DOL, and he drew 4 consonants. So you're happy to see the S, but the rest of it, not so good. It's actually going to be tricky for him to fight his way out of this consonant overload. I think there's 1 or 2 plays that stand above the rest. I would not call them easy, Charles.
Yeah, the plays that look good for Dan here are plays to the N or through the N of Blinders, but requires a little bit of word knowledge. One of them, I think the best one being Lound, Lownd. Kind of looks like a word, looks like a Collins word. But there's so many words like that in Collins that have like a W in a weird spot and with an O and other consonants. It's really hard to keep those straight. Even if Dan has studied the 5s, that would not be a play that I would make with confidence.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Both words are a little tricky to be 100% sure of. L-O-N-D in particular, there are a lot of Collins words that fit that pattern where you could put a consonant in front of O-W-N-D, all archaic, of course. So you might be hard pressed to remember which of them is valid and which are not. If that's true, maybe you could see something like just down, which is that, okay, there you go. There's your answer. So this is a reasonable play. It's a more human play. Somebody that's been poring over the dictionary super hard might consider playing Lound in that spot to score more and use an extra consonant, but I don't quibble too much with this, Charles.
Yeah, and I see it also mentioned in chat that a lot of those words can be spelled with a U or a W or both, or just one of them. And those, it gets even harder to keep track of. So no shame in just passing up those weird archaic words for something that is definitely a word and is only a small sacrifice from a leave perspective.
Remember, too, the penalty for being wrong is pretty harsh, and you can expect your opponent, if you make a flub and play a word that just isn't in the dictionary, your opponent can call you on it for a pretty reasonable cost, only a 5-point extra penalty, whereas your penalty for being wrong is pretty severe, loss of turn, which, in fact, in a Collins game, you could technically consider it to be an even more punishing penalty. Maybe this is the wrong way of putting it, but if the average score per turn is higher in Collins, you are being punished harder for getting a 0. So I know there are a lot of logical fallacies in there, but either way, the penalty is quite harsh and easily enough to dissuade a player from not playing a word you're 100% sure of.
Yeah, definitely all very well put, Will. I agree completely. There's a lot of reasons why you should stick to only playing words that you know, unless the situation really calls for a word that you're not sure of. Now we're looking at Dan's letters. I'd say that was a pretty good improvement given what he kept. I think he kept L, N, and S. He drew IFY, the Y helpful as sort of a pseudo vowel in this case. He should be able to make any number of decent scoring plays here. I think the one that catches my eye the most is just playing Philly through the L of clung that Terry just put out there. And noting that we barely got a chance to talk about Terry's play at all, given how quickly she played it. But I think we both kind of like clung there.
Yeah, that got rid of all the clunkiest tiles from her rack. The U and G in particular, got the C on a triple letter score to pump up the score a bit and left her with something like TOE, I believe. And of course, she's drawn duplicates to the T and O, but can't control that. I do like the idea behind clung, and Dan makes what looks like about as good of a play as he can here of Philly scoring 30, leaves 2 ends, but everything else about it looks great to me. I think it's maybe the best play here, Charles.
Yeah, I maybe one downside is he is playing off the Y that he could use for Felty, but that's I think a really minor concern. It's hard to start words with a Y, so I'd say that's not really. You wouldn't want to zone in on keeping the Y just for that spot. It's not that good.
So if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's pointed out in the chat now, 2 R's, 2 T's, 2 O's. Not what you're typically looking for to play a bingo, but Terry actually has one through the sea of clung that was somehow not blocked by Philly. Corretto. That would be a very, very impressive find. I haven't seen any real evidence with the way she shuffled her tiles that she is thinking about that word. I don't know if I would see it in this situation, and I could easily see this escape her notice. It looks like it is going to.
Yeah, that is a tough word to find, and I'm actually looking at it in Ziziva. I do love the definition. Usually Ziziva's definitions are pretty straight-laced. Corretto is defined as espresso with booze. So Terry apparently not a fan of espresso with booze, or she calls it something else.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure a lot of people like espresso with booze. They just don't know that it's called Corretto. So anyway, that would have been a nice way to turn some clunky tiles into a really high score, comparatively speaking to the play that Terry made. But if you're going to take Corretto off the table as an option, I actually think Root is a perfectly reasonable choice. Amazingly, that goes to show how tough that rack was, that you're not really doing that much better than a 13-point play, but actually that's about as well as she could do here. And now it's over to Dan, and he actually has something lurking as well through the D of down. So both players are being tasked with very difficult bingo finds in the early going.
Yeah, this one might be slightly more findable just because it's a more common set of letters. But again, it's kind of hard to keep these words all straight. Dan has the word endogens through the D of down, but there's a lot of gens words. There's a lot of genes words. There's a lot of endo words. If you see a word like that, are you thinking, am I just making something up using parts of other words to make a new sciencey sounding word? I'm guilty of playing sciencey sounding words in exactly that fashion that turn out to be phony. So this is kind of a test on whether Dan's confident enough to play a word like that. And we see either he didn't see it or just didn't like it enough to play it. And he moves on with a play of 1.
Similarly to Terry's turn, I actually don't. If you just take the bingo off the table as an option, and I know that is a bit of revisionist thinking, you just take it off as an option. This play actually looks decent. You keep NG, hoping a little bit for an I. And if you get it, your odds of bingoing spike quite a bit. And there you go. There is the I finding its way into Dan's rack. I'm not 100% sure what space he will be able to play gingers, but certainly there's actually kind of an interesting situation brewing here. If Terry spots her playable bingo here of carotene right here, you could see a big S hook come down for something like surging if Dan is familiar with that word. So, yeah. And I think Charles and I and all of you in the chat we're going to rely on everybody to be mature about this situation. Fortunately, I think everybody here is capable of handling this. Please don't prove us wrong. So.
Yeah, well, Terry hasn't played carotene yet, which is a little bit concerning. That is a really, honestly, for me, maybe for you as well, Will, that's a hard word for me to see. It feels like there could be a bingo in there, but carotene doesn't really, the way you have to arrange those letters doesn't really match up with the way I would expect them to be arranged. So it is kind of a hard word to spot. And if she doesn't play it, she really doesn't have any good scoring options here. She could blow up her rack entirely, play something like ornate, slotting the O between the two T's of not and felt. That would score some points. It would maintain a pretty nicely sized lead. She's already up by 26. But given that she hasn't played it yet, I'm thinking this might be a miss from Terry.
Yeah, down goes just OE instead. So, yep, a slight miss. It's not actually as bad as it seems at first glance, just because, again, playing it would have given an enormous counterplay back to Dan. So he's going to have to come up with something else here. A lot is going to hinge on whether he is aware of something like surging or other anagrams that will actually allow him to play a bingo here. So this is a pivotal turn here for Dan. Is he going to find a spot? Yes, he is. There we go. There's our answer, Charles, and I breathe a sigh of relief as saying the word surging is very easy and does not get us into trouble with being demonetized.
Yep, that's a very easy word to pronounce. And I think also, honestly, the correct play, putting the G in the triple, preferable to some of his other options. So good idea by Dan on multiple fronts to play that one.
Yeah, doing us a big favor, a solid, to say the least. So, and also in so doing, takes the lead in this game. And Terry, with good bingo tiles she's had for several turns, in fact, dating back to, well, I wouldn't say her tiles were that good on the Corretto turn or even last turn. They weren't fantastic, but they were good enough that she had playable words on both turns, whereas she does not right now with tiles that arguably look even better than what she had in the last two turns. That's just Scrabble for you. So what to do? Potentially arg into this G. If you can remember the myriad spellings of that word, that looks like a very solid play. Another sneaky play that's kind of nice would just be playing Tath right here. That's kind of cool, scoring 28, leaving a really, really good leave by comparison.
Yeah, I really like Tath here. Keeps AENRT, which is actually exactly what Terry kept last turn. So she's fully aware of the power of that leave. She would be very interested in doing it again, especially with that new eye sitting out in space of surging. Having retina as 6 of your 8 letters for an 8-letter word just feels really good. Feels like you'd be likely to bingo.
Feels
But
great.
it is kind of at odds with her previous play of O, which sort of knocked out some bingo lines. So I guess now that she's behind, she probably won't make a play like that again. Something like Tath really doesn't disrupt too much and keeps the letters that she's already figured out to be very good bingo letters.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about leaving the G open, right? The score is close ish. I would say now it is a little bit closer to Terry needing to bingo to really wrest control of the game back from Dan. But the score is close enough that I would be tempted to take 39 points, leaving ENT, essentially evening the game. So I do feel like both pathways here between ARG and TATH are entirely defensible. I guess another possibility that's worth a mention, though I don't think it quite measures up to either of those two, is Thanage, longer word down into this G. That is really giving up a little bit more aggressively than necessary on your odds of playing a bingo. And Terry playing hanger, I might like to see swapping that E out for another A. I think I'd rather keep ET than AT. There are certainly a lot of A's that you can draw here to get in the way if you duplicate them. So maybe a slight improvement to be had on this one. But at least it does block off that triple for Dan.
Yeah, I think she had a few better options there, including, as you mentioned, Will, just changing the E to an A, keeping a slightly better leave. But I think this play does have some upside, creates a very nice, easy bingo line to the left of hanger, either ending with an S or just ending with a vowel. Also creates a new S hook on the bottom with hangers. And we see Dan with a really nice overlapping play. I think this is his best play by a mile. It wasn't really worth playing last turn, but with hanger creating a bunch more scoring spots, or a bunch more overlapping spots, all of a sudden becomes the best play, and he spots it really quickly. So nice play by Dan.
Yeah, Charles, fantastic play by Dan here. I don't think that's that easy of a play to see. Tagine with 4 overlaps, and especially because that's not a play that Dan was likely to be thinking about prior to hanger being played. You would never play Tagine in this spot without the overlaps of hanger to go with it. So very quickly spotted on his part, and now he's drawn peck ties. Not sure if he knows that word, but if he does, this is a big swing in the game here for both players. Peck ties would go down right here, right now, but Terry also has the 8-letter bingo of ethogram right here, after which Dan would hammer it with the S hook if he knows that word. So there's a lot going on here. Do each of these two players know the words that they are threatening on their rack? And could this be an inflection point in the game?
Yeah, I think a lot hinges on whether Terry knows and finds ethogram. That, again, we're going back to the endogens rack that Dan had. Ethogram kind of just sounds like a made-up science word. It's, there's a lot of gram words. You think maybe it's etho, it could be ethno or echo. Echogram is a word, so maybe ethogram isn't. There's a lot of confounding factors with words like that. And we see Terry with the 7-letter teraohm. Found that very quickly, unfortunately doesn't play. So she's sort of forced into a situation where she has one playable bingo. It's her best play by a mile, and she just has to either find it or not.
Yeah. So it's going to escape notice. She plays Hom instead, leaving very good bingo tiles, it must be said. But now this is a golden opportunity for Dan. If he knows peck ties, he could really take control of this game here, or he could allow Terry to get back into this with a good draw. And almost the same bingo we saw Ileana play last game, but not quite for Terry. And she's nodding her head as if to say, no, I do not like that draw, which is a pretty reasonable reaction.
Yeah, I guess I will note this game has been quite interesting in the fact that on a lot of these turns, players have had exactly one playable bingo. We see a lot of games where when a player has a bingo, they actually have multiple bingos, and there's a little bit of leeway to miss one or two of your options as long as you play a bingo. This game has really been unforgiving in terms of the bingos that it's giving out to both players. It's like you either find this one or you're making a 12 to 20 point play without bingoing. And both players have sort of fallen into that trap, and it just seems kind of cruel in that way.
That's a fantastic point. Typically, bingos are playable because they consist of good bingo tiles. And it is definitely often the case that you'll get a good rack that allows you to bingo in a certain spot. Usually there is a backup spot that you have, and it's a little bit tougher to miss all of your bingos in those situations. But like you said, Charles, very unforgiving. And I'm not sure Dan is thinking about peck ties here, as it plays, not only is it just the one playable bingo, it plays in only one spot. And if he were to be aware of it, it's probably on the board already at this time. So the question then becomes, if he's not going to play that, where to play? And there are a couple decent options. Maybe he will just play something like PE in the upper corner to keep as good of a bingo leave as he can. This S, as you said before, hangers, is just really hittable in that spot. Maybe he'll play PICE, Pice. I'm actually not sure how to say that one, especially because it doesn't take an S. Maybe that's not exactly the move that Dan wants to make, holding the last S in this position. I don't know, Charles, what else crosses your mind?
I was actually really liking Pice because I had forgotten that that does not take an S. I'm afraid that I would have made a play like that thinking I'm such a genius for retaining the S hook and keeping EIST
At
that I
least
would
you
have
have
played
this.
phony.
You still have this, at least. It's not totally a lost cause if you want to play that, even knowing it doesn't take an S. And it is a tough challenge, too, frankly. I don't know how confident I would be in that as well. And let's see, it's going to be SEP instead, getting rid of the two higher scoring letters. I think there is a solid rationale for this play as well.
Yeah, I think here we see Dan getting a little bit more defensive. He's taking out the most likely 7 spot for Terry that does not involve an S. Now, really, unless you have an S, the spot that you're going to bingo is through the R of surging. And so if Terry did have a bingo on this turn, we know that she does not. It's likely that Sep would have blocked it. So I think Dan's just content to sit on his S, sit on his pretty decent sized lead, and make Terry do something with this board.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dan just drew very well to his leave of ETIS. ER blank. All of a sudden, it's going to give him an embarrassment of riches here. He should definitely be bingoing next turn. It's hard to imagine that he won't. So, really, for Terry, it becomes, a question of where do I play to keep pace and keep as good of a bingo leave as I can. She doesn't know that she is definitely losing the race to the next bingo on Dan's next turn here.
And I think this is a decent idea from Terry to keep good bingo letters yet again. The downside to it is the bingo letters aren't as useful as they were a few turns ago. So keeping something like AERT on a board with no bingo lines is not as useful as you wish it was.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The nice thing here also, from Dan's perspective, playing off of this W, especially after Agio, he does not have to worry about any S's remaining in the pool. So he doesn't even have to think about this as a realistic bingo threat anymore. The O is technically still possible to play 8-letter words, but I would not consider it very likely. I think the positioning of Dan's bingo off of the W is going to make it very difficult for Terry to strike back.
And we did see this bingo last game, so I feel like there's something weird going on. I feel like I'm living in some alternate reality where somebody's playing a trick on me. But so far today in these games of Scrabble, we've seen a lot of repeated words.
We saw Ova 3 times in 2 games, I think. So that was another one. And now more weariest. We know probably the weariest award goes to Austin Shin and probably Lindsay Shin and whoever else from the Shin Karate clan who have made it up to Albany as their flight was delayed multiple times and they're working on 1 hour of sleep here in the tournament. I think they win the weariest award. But yeah, that's kind of weird to see that word be played in back-to-back games for sure.
It's looking pretty rough for Terry here. She has a bingo through the O. It just doesn't fit at all. She has mortared, but it runs into multiple words, runs off the board. A lot of ways that one doesn't play. And she really does need to bingo at this point, down by 100 with very few spots on the board to do it. So I think this is a decent sort of last-ditch attempt to set up a place where she could bingo. It just doesn't score very many points. And even if she does hit the bingo in that spot, it won't be enough to catch her up. But at this point, you have to try something.
You do. She gets hit with AA as a draw after that, so just not going the way that she would have wanted. But to play devil's advocate, she had a couple turns there in a row. I guess the ethogram turn, if we're going to assume that Dan did not see pectise, that might have been a nice swing for her to play ethogram. And then, of course, a couple turns prior, carotene would have been met with a very heavy surging as well. Maybe the best one that she could have gotten down would have been Corretto at the beginning of that sequence, as Dan did not have a super easy way to overlap that in a productive manner. So, yeah, tough. This is it's been a tough game for Terry. As you said, Charles, some tough finds that she had to make, but some tough draws down the stretch here as well.
Yeah, Tilebag certainly not doing her any favors here. You would like to draw easier bingos, or when you're fishing for bingo, you would like to draw a bingo, but that AA draw is just kind of somebody's laughing in your face saying you want a bingo. Well, enjoy your 2 A's.
It's brutal. Yeah, it is brutal. But that's Scrabble. You get the agony and the ecstasy. Sometimes you get that incredible draw that saves your bacon. Other times you get hosed by something cruel and unusual like that. So in any case, Dan has weird tiles, to say the least, with the 2 U's and the Z and the X. But with 6 tiles in the bag, I think he's probably feeling great here, because if he draws the Q, he's very likely to have a U to pair with it. So I could easily see him play, if he sees it, something like Zupa right here. Looks phenomenal. Scoring 50 points, leaving the X as well as a U to weather the storm with that Q if he should draw it. So I think that stands out to me as a pretty strong option for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird Collins only four-letter word. Again, not a natural way to put those letters. It looks like, a type of soup or something, but I think it's actually like a administrative unit of Croatia or something like that. Um, would be a really nice play if he sees it. I guess the backup plan, I think, considerably worse, even though it scores a little bit more, would just be to play Zax next to Root for an even 52 points. Something like that just, again, scores enough to put this game completely out of reach. In fact, I think this play also just flatly scores enough points to put the game completely out of reach, even more than it already was.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with that. The funniest way from a Schadenfreude or whatever, just a brutal perspective, would be for Dan to miss the cue here on this draw. Oh, he draws I, and then for Terry to play off her A's, and of course, drawing the cue. Feels like a fitting end to this game for Terry if that is what happens. B, Q. Wow, Nostradamus over here.
Yeah, she does not look very pleased with that Q draw. Of course, nobody would be when you've been trying to hit a bingo for the last 7 turns.
Yeah, that's brutal. Oh man, it has been that long, huh? Jeez, 1, 2, 3. I guess 7 or 8 turns for Terry looking for a bingo and has been so close for the entire time, basically. So that's not fun. Back over to Dan. There are 2 tiles in the bag. It doesn't look like there's anything for him to really worry about to my eye here. I don't think, like, if you were to imagine the worst case scenario for Dan is probably like QV in the bag, and I don't think there's still anything playable with the other tiles. So I think Dan is safe to do something exactly like what he has done here. In fact, I guess he could have been hit after this with DAUB. That was possible. So maybe not the optimal play for that reason, but this is going to get him to the finish line with ease.
Yeah, I think finding Zupa there would be very nice, but seeing from this turn and the last turn, just either didn't see the spot or didn't see the word. Both very, very understandable things, especially you've got this game in hand. It's easy to let your focus slip a little bit, not make the best play every single turn. And I think we're going to see Terry just play Cat probably next to Oft. And it'll get her closer to 300, but she might just fall short in this one. No, I shouldn't say that. Dan has really horrible letters. It's going to take him a long time to go out with that stuff. So Terry's got a couple more plays left.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends on how long Terry wants to prolong this. She could play rebid through the Eye of Weariest right on the next move here to instantly end the game. I'm sure that mathematically it's better for her to play a little bit slower, knowing that Dan's letters are so absolutely horrendous, which they are. Not sure exactly what Dan is supposed to do here. Probably, I don't know, something like VAUT into the T of Weariest maybe is fine. Expecting Terry to either go out or play slowly next turn.
Yeah, and at the end of games like this, it's really hard to muster up the enthusiasm to figure out a perfect end game where you're sort of saddled with horrible letters. If I'm Terry, I'm just like, let's get this over with.
Yeah.
We see Daniel play Visa. I mean, that's a good play, not his optimal play. I think that if Terry decides to slow play him, this play of Visa will slow him down even more. But it's all academic at this point.
Yeah, for sure. So, she has that D here. So the nice thing about playing more slowly instead of going out with rebid right now is that a 2-turn sequence with like ED and Zos here is actually quite strong. Definitely better than anything Dan can muster with UUI. But yeah, I don't think anyone would blame her for just playing rebid, or I'm not sure what other outplays there are for her here. I guess bread, Breid, in the same spot is valid. So we'll see what she elects to do. Not the way this game, not the way Terry would have wanted the game to go, but pretty cool story for Dan Blake, running his record up to 7-0 on day one at Albany New Year's 2025. Didn't see that coming, Charles, but it's pretty great.
Yeah, there's a lot of players in this field who I don't expect anybody to go 7-0 against this field, honestly. There's a lot of players that maybe I would have thought more likely to go 7-0 than Dan. But clearly underestimating Dan's abilities here. He's played very well to start this tournament, played quite well this game, and is going to win this one by a lot, adding even more to his spread.
Yeah, for sure. So Terry using up that last bit of her time. Maybe she is going to try to, I'm sure if she's noticing Dan's tiles, she's probably realizing going out in 2 from this point is going to save her a little bit of spread compared to just going out right now. So we'll see what she chooses to go for here. She is going to play bread through the R. Not sure what plan she has for this R next turn. Probably only a small score, but that's all right.
And I think Dan's best play is just dropping the I underneath the Q for Chi, and he does that. So we'll see where Terry wants to play this R. I think she can only score 4 points with it. And looks like she finds the 4-point spot. She will break 300 this game, which is sort of a nice thing mentally. Like, well, that game didn't go well, but at least I scored 300.
Yeah, the 200 threshold always hurts when you just cannot muster a score higher than that. I feel like if you play enough Scrabble, no matter how good you are, you will have a game like that now and then where you don't even break 300 points. As a home player, if you're watching along, you might be saying, hey, be nice, that's close to my average. But remember, a lot of these people have devoted a lot of effort into getting really, really good at Scrabble. And once you do that and learn a bunch of those bingos and stuff like that, it starts to become pretty tough to score anything under 300 in a game. So Terry, this was a tough one for her for sure. Some missed opportunities that she will look back on. Either she's going to say, well, I don't know the word Corretto or ethogram and stuff like that. She certainly knows the word carotene, so maybe she'll, not be happy with that one. But either way, not the easiest one for her, and she shakes her head as if to say that was a tough one.
Yeah, that was a very tough one for Terry. I think she had the right idea on a lot of turns, even missing her bingos. I think she was making good plays in the absence of finding her bingos, but the tiles were just not letting her have anything easy this game. They were really putting her to the test. And I don't want to say something as harsh as she failed, but she needed to find some words that were tough to find, and it just didn't line up for her this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think about each game as kind of being like a tightrope walk in some ways where the slightest error and you're going to fall down off of your rope and never be able to get back on. And then there's other games where it's as if you're walking across a wide plank, you're walking across a bridge or something like that to the finish line, where you could just stumble drunk across the finish line and you'll still be fine. It's all about winning those games where the tightrope is incredibly thin. That's what separates the cream of the crop in this game. If you could find a way to make so few errors that even the trickiest games are still in your grasp, I feel like that's kind of the Nigel effect. If you can figure out a way to convert those, that's what Scrabble is all about. So that was without question a tough one for Terry, and hopefully she can rebound going forward. But in our next game, we've got a battle of undefeateds, Charles, coming your way.
Yeah, we've got Dan Blake making another appearance. He's got to get comfy there on that streaming setup. We're not going to let him leave. And he's going up against another undefeated player, Matthew O'Connor, who we saw all the way back on round 1. So winning that game, left the streaming setup, continued to win games. Now we're bringing him back to see if he can do it again with all of you out there watching.
Yeah, Matthew is a really fun player to watch. I feel like he is very reliable at giving the viewers some really interesting positions to chew on. He certainly did that in the first game of the day. He played some great words. I remember endisis. I was quite impressed by that find by Matthew. So Dan is going to have his work cut out for him against Matthew O'Connor, who is clearly in very strong form in this event. But yeah, that's going to be the game that we have coming up. I think Dan is probably being forbidden from leaving the streaming setup as we look for Matthew right now. But while we have a minute to do those plugs, once again, thank you so much to the whole team at Let's Play Scrabble for all the work that you guys do. Josh and Kieran, certainly Josh has leveled up his streaming producer game to just every time, you know, one of these streams comes your way on YouTube, it's got more bells and whistles that it didn't have before. So if you want to show your appreciation for that, a quick like and subscribe will go a long way. And then, of course, the two sponsors here, NASPA Games with sponsorship of the event, as well as incredibly generous contributions from Bob Lynn, helping out a lot of newcomers to the Collins division, defraying their entry costs and hotel costs, adding extra prizes, and sponsoring the stream as well. So thank you so much to Bob for all of that. And yeah, it's been a pretty fun day one, Charles. Only one more game to go, and then I guess you have to show up bright and early tomorrow for 8 more.
Yeah, Will, if you sense me flagging here, it's because I'm trying to save my strength for a full day of streaming tomorrow. I'm not going to ask you to fully carry the broadcast, but if I sit there in silence for 6 or 7 minutes at a time, you know what I'm doing. Just leaning back and relaxing. But yeah, it's been a great first day. We've got a bunch more days to come. I'll be doing more commentary. Will's going to be doing more commentary. We've got new commentators coming in. Matt Canik, everybody's favorite. Jason Idalski, Nits Chagti. We've got a great team of commentators ready to lead us through the next couple days of Collins action.
Yeah, I'm super excited to work with Jason. I think he is like, as soon as it was mentioned to me that he was going to be in the mix as a commentator, I was like, oh yeah, he's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to work with Jason. As you say, Matt Canik needs little introduction for anybody who's been watching these streams over time. So yeah, we're just in the early phases here. Love a nice solid 28 game main event. You can really cut your teeth into the ups and downs of it. Hopefully by staying with the one lexicon the whole time, you get a little bit of a better sense of those runs and ebbs and flows of the tournament for more players. Yeah, I think players are going to be ready shortly. We could potentially do a quick look at the standings if we have that ability right now. So we're going to see when we do that, both of our players that we're about to see will be 7-0 in the standings, assuming those results are in. But we're going to see who else is at the top when we cut to those standings momentarily. And look at that. It's interesting. We'll see what happened in Tim Weiss's previous game. Tim lost. There's actually a 2-game gap between the top 3 and the other players below that. So that's kind of Charles in the early going.
Yeah, we're already seeing a little bit of stratification here, which you don't usually see until the end of tournaments. But there's a lot of time for this situation to correct itself. Even I don't know if anybody's 0-7 at this point, but even somebody 0-7 can put together a good run of games against the other people muddling around down there and get right back into the thick of things. This is only day one of a 28-game tournament. A lot of time for players to make some action moving up and down the standings.
Yeah, it's very, very true. It's even a little premature to be looking at the standings that carefully, given how much Scrabble is left to play. But it is exciting that we have a matchup between our number one and number two players in the standings right now. And here they are getting set. You can see two undefeated players, just like last game, a lot of red in the last 5 games column.
Yeah, and look at those scores for Matthew O'Connor. Those he's averaging 492 points per game. We saw Jason Keller earlier in the tournament averaging over 500, but that was after only the first 4 games. We've got Matthew O'Connor nearly averaging 500 through the first 7. So he is on an absolute tear right now. We'll see if he keeps it up. We would not be surprised if we see another huge score from his side of the table.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Matthew with the top average and Dan with the best average against. So something's got to give here. I would say I do think of Matthew as being extremely gifted as a defensive-minded Scrabble player. So I don't think if Dan tries to continue to play lockdown defense, Matthew is not going to have a problem with that. So interesting to see how this is going to shake out. I would say in general, based on pedigree and past experience, I would give Matthew the edge in this matchup. But Dan is 7-0 for a reason, and it would be an amazing story if he could keep it going to run the table on day one as the 12th seed in a field that consists of at least 5 championship title holder players in the midst. You could add Matthew as number 6 if you count the World Youth Scrabble Championship in that mix as well. So quite the star-studded field. Tough to go 8-0 for anyone, like you said, Charles. Even more impressive for Dan.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game. Daniel showed some defensive acumen in these first 7 games, but Matthew O'Connor, if he wants to, he can turn on the scoring. So we'll see how this turns out.
Well, good rack for Dan. There we go. You can see very quickly he's wasting no time. This is exactly the sort of rack that is just what you want to see if you're Dan going first against a tough opponent. And Matthew, of course, with the cue to slow him down. So this could be an uphill battle for Matthew. He's going to have to dump that cue in short order. He has a U that he can use to do it. But if Dan draws something good on this follow-up to Gautier, this game could get out of hand.
Yeah, this has got to feel very good for Dan. I certainly love the sensation of playing a player that maybe I'm not favored against, but just hitting a bingo right away. And it feels like even if they outplay me from this point forward, which I feel like is very likely for me, at least I have this 70-point cushion that I was just gifted. So not saying Dan has those exact thoughts, but it's really nice to start with a bingo against a very good player like Matthew.
Yeah, totally agreed. I think we've all been there over the Scrabble board. Maybe only Nigel has never felt that way, or maybe he has as well. It's very comforting. I've certainly had my share of games against Nigel Richards where I drew something amazing early on, and I'm just like, oh, God, thank you. I really appreciate that. And not that Dan is saying that, like you said, Charles, but it's tempting. I feel like as we see, the draws are starting to equalize in a hurry. Dan, not the best post bingo draw with those too many consonants, and Matthew with a blank. So things are about to get much closer very fast, which is not surprising whatsoever. And Terry hooking Roquette going down for Dan, leaving GH, maybe not the absolute best leave that he can get, but unless you know the very weird word Gary, Gharry, this might be the best you can do here.
Yeah, word like Gary is pretty hard to play, especially because you can also spell it with an I. And I think when you look it up in Zizva, if you've studied the word Gary's, Gharries, the spelling with the I comes up. So it would be possibly too much to ask to play a word like Gary, knowing it has an alternate spelling and knowing that you're playing 5-point challenge. So I think there's a lot of upside to just playing something like Terry. It blocks the Roquette hook that maybe Matthew was setting up for himself. I think this is actually a really good play from Dan.
Yeah, I definitely like it as well. There's a lot of things going for it, and a nice early lead for him after those two plays. But Matthew is poised to hit back quite hard. His top scoring bingo, needing, as has been pointed out, like kneading dough or cat claws, which is a very common sight. Well, it used to be a common sight of cat cam. You can see that would go down to the G of Gautier for 86. So that would do a lot to cut that deficit instantly for Matthew. And I really expect he's going to see it. Here it comes.
Yep, nice spot by Matthew. Really not a whole lot of spots to bingo on the board, but you do have to spend some time trying to figure out if there's a double-double through the R of Roquette. That's actually a very tempting spot. So Matthew correctly determining there's nothing there and taking his highest scoring bingo. So nice play by Matthew.
Yeah, now a bit of a word knowledge check for Dan. There are some decent plays through that K, but I would not consider any of them to be simple words, Charles. What likelihood do you think is there that Dan will pull the trigger on something to that K?
There's a few things that I think he would probably know here. Something like kefir, Kefir. I'm actually not sure how far Daniel is on studying 5-letter words, but that one comes up fairly frequently. I don't think you would necessarily have to study it to know it and play it. That is maybe the most straightforward of his plays through the K. It's also got the extremely odd, it's going to sound funny when I say it, Dicker, Dhikr. That one's well renowned in Scrabble circles for its alphagram being the same exact thing as the word, but still being very hard to solve when you get it in Aerolith.
Yeah, that's definitely a nice play here for sure. It does leave FEG, which is slightly unappealing, but the other options on offer don't do that much better. Firkt really might be the only one that stands out as just scoring enough extra points to be worth it. But I would be hard pressed to know for sure whether that was valid. It's very, very difficult to keep all that stuff straight. And meanwhile, it is kind of important that Dan get every last point that he can here because Matthew is sitting on amulets and it is playable on the board right now alongside Gautier at a minimum. So, all right, this is a reasonable choice if you are not sure of those other words, Charles. I don't mind this that much.
Yeah, I think this is a relatively safe play. It's most clearly a word, which when playing in 5-point challenge, that's sometimes one of your primary considerations is, I am sure this one is a word. Also, I would say the G and the H together don't have horrible synergy. So there is some upside to this play here. I think there were better options, but this is maybe, as you like to say, Will, one of the more human options available to Dan.
I stole that one pretty much right from chess, and I feel like it definitely applies when you're thinking about moves that are within the realm of human possibility or moves that you have to train like a machine in order to see. I think this one definitely closer to that human side and giving Matthew a lead. Who would have guessed 2 turns into the game, Dan was up 100-18 or something like that. But that's what 2 bingos will do for you. If you're Matthew, he is back on top. But, of course, a nice back and forth game might be in the offing here because Dan has the Z and a decent place to play it.
Yeah, the Z is so good in Collins, makes so many 2-letter words. And Dan's got a pretty straightforward ZE just on top of needing. We did see Matthew lose a tile on the floor. Looks like he has recovered it. No impropriety there. I think he was just butterfingering the tiles and one flew away from him.
Yeah, let's put it this way. If he was doing something to manipulate the tiles there, he did an extremely bad job of it because the WPF combination is not exactly what you would willingly take out of the bag. Seems like just an honest mistake. He pulled an E back up. He'll definitely have some interesting plays on his next turn if we expect Dan to play his Z up here, which seems quite likely. There is some nice counterplay on offer in a spot like this. FEW scoring very well. Maybe there's something better that I'm not seeing right now that plays down to the triple, but there's going to be some high scores coming up next couple turns.
Yeah, and I think Dan's probably just thinking here, does he have a Z play that uses one or two more of his consonants? Just playing ZE, keeping DEG, HS. You're really leaning on the fact that you're going to draw a vowel out of the bag. And if you don't, your next turn is going to be kind of painful. So he's probably spending some time wishing he could get Z down somewhere. There's not really anywhere to do that, but he could do something like he's through the E of amulets for 42, getting rid of both of his E's, but also getting rid of more of his consonants. So I think there's some plays here that are worth considering other than just dumping the Z for 46 points. And we see something entirely different here. This was not on our radar at all.
This is a surprising one for sure. Hedge. I just wonder what his plan could possibly be for the Z. He had such a nice place to play it for almost 50 now. You know what would have been funny, Charles? Hedges and Roquettes right here, placing an E in this spot Hedges scores almost 40 points and it sets up a 60-point spot to play your Z. That's kind of fun. I'm not sure even then that I would do that over just plopping my Z down right now. But yeah, that's a surprising one from Dan. I wonder if it's just overlooking that spot. Even the most obvious spot, you've got some chance of every now and then just simply overlooking it. So that could have been what happened there.
Yeah, I feel like it might have been just an overlooked spot simply because there was not another Z spot on the board that Dan could have been going for, unless he's just going way out there and trying to hit something like rezone from the R of Terry. Assuming that he's not, because he wasn't that close to a word like that, so I assume that it was just a spot overlooked. But now he's got a new spot for the Z next to EL. Zell is a word in Collins, ZEL. So he does have a chance to redeem himself with the Z, play something like Zen or Zine, scoring big, having another chance to score big that he didn't take last turn.
The thing that I really like about Zine, the suggestion you just made, Charles, is that you're playing Matthew O'Connor, who is very, very strong. And I think, as you can see, he plays Zell instead. I would have strongly considered playing Zine because you've got an S right here. If Matthew does not have one, it's going to be very annoying for him to do anything about that spot productively. And you have a great chance of absolutely hammering it for another huge score that's going to put you back up in the game. So I would be sorely tempted to take the aggressive approach here, especially knowing that my opponent is that strong, where you have to go with a little bit of aggression, especially at a deficit. That being said, I would not consider Zell to be some kind of massive error, just a stylistic difference a little bit. Ooh, interesting play here.
Yeah, this is a creative spot, but I think the conventional play is probably better here of just repone, but maybe Matthew is committing all in to the defensive mindset.
It's certainly the board after Penny is extremely, really, it's just this R. There's like no way to bingo on here outside of very, very specific spots. Something is starting with an E, starting with an S, or S in early position, or T. These bingo lanes are very marginal, and I think Matthew is very content to keep things nice and tight, score well, and make it nearly impossible for Dan to get a bingo right now. Of course, keeping the 3 vowels can go south, and the UUAM draw for Matthew is definitely not what he wanted to see after this play.
Yeah, that is a major downside. I mean, that draw is going to suck no matter what letters you keep. It gets even worse when you keep 3 vowels. So he made that play very fast. I think he knows how he wants to play this game. He knows how he wants to shape the board. It's maybe slightly different than how I would want to shape the board, but you can't fault him for sticking to the plan. We're seeing now that Dan has an unplayable Yindies. We've had a few people mention that in chat. That would be very nice to play here. Unfortunately,
but look what he does have, Charles. Endices.
Yeah,
he has
some kind of cosmic trick is being played on us right now.
So if you've been here since game 1 of the stream, you know that Matthew played that word in his first game on stream. So once again, we saw Weariest in 2 consecutive games. We saw Ova 3 times in 2 games. And now this might beat them all. I would be stunned to see Daniel play Endices here. It's not even obviously, I mean, it's maybe the best play here just because it scores so well, but it's also opens up a triple lane kind of, dangerously. And I'm not so sure that it's worth playing over some of the other stuff available here. But it's crazy that it's even come up at all in 2 games of 1 live stream. So
yeah, I guess we'll see if Dan was watching game 1 to learn that word. I sure hope he wasn't, because I think he was supposed to be playing a game of Scrabble at that time.
That's true. So boy, this is a tough one though. If you're not going to see Endices, what is there to do here? Maybe just IDYL, idle. Is that worth doing? And that I mean, there's more weirdness happening because people are suggesting that Matthew try to play meow on his next play, and what should happen but Charles's cat weigh in on that very same topic.
I should be blaming this on your cats, Will, but I'll take full responsibility here. It is indeed one of my cats angry with me that I've been cooped up in here all day and not giving him belly rubs.
Yeah, I tried to get in a good session during lunchtime to placate them, but I think I'm running out of time. Fortunately, we are at round 8, so they're going to get their rubs once we're out of here for the day. But we got a lot of Scrabble in this game to get to before we reach that point. And this is a really tough, I just don't think this is an easy turn at all if you're Dan. Even if you were to see Endices, that gets you hit pretty hard in response. It's not obviously the best play, even though it scores the most here. So I guess other options would be, I guess it was noted in the chat, you could play Ewan, which is a word meaning made of yew, like the tree. That seems okay. It keeps the 2 eyes together on his rack, but it's kind of a patient move where you're waiting for something better in the future. You could even cash your S right now in a couple different places, but you have to be careful how you do it because you can get whacked in response. And we're going to see Rid be played here. This is actually kind of interesting. I don't hate this at first glance just because you're really giving Matthew not just nothing back to work with this play, and you're biding your time to wait for a better future. I don't hate this play. I don't know how you feel, Charles.
Yeah, I think this is a good thought to not give anything back to Matthew. The real downside here is it keeps YI together. Mm-hmm. That is not a combo that you want to keep together if you've got an eye on bingoing. So I probably would have cast in the S with something like Yins and Roquettes. That would have been my first inclination, but we can see why Dan made the play that he did. And I think Matthew here is really making one of his few plays that's not an exchange. Playing Maduro, keeping EOU. I think this is A good find in the face of some really ugly tiles. Then again, sometimes having ugly tiles actually makes these finds a little bit easier, just because you don't really have anything else to think about.
Yeah, with all those vowels, he's probably looking at the D and the R that were already on the board and saying, gosh, do I have a way of dumping some vowels through that? And I like that play from him. There's no need to exchange just yet. The board is quite constricted, and you get 18 points for this, and you can fill the replenishment draw with a lot of consonants and be okay after that play. So he has drawn WU, but at least he now has the X that maybe he'll figure out a way to use productively. And of course, Dan playing NY alongside that M of Maduro. That looks great to me, and keeps pretty good tiles as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good play from Dan. I think pretty straightforward. Unlike his last few turns, which had some complexity to them, I think that one was pretty clear cut. And he did draw a bingo. I'm not sure if it's actually going to play, but his long struggle towards the bingo, at least he has a 7 on his rack.
Yeah, he has Ebonics on the rack. It is a testament to how closed the board is that there's just nowhere that will fit on the board. It's so interesting. There's this kind of cat and mouse game happening right now with this spot right here off of the R. We've already seen Matthew turn down a play from this R to open the board, because doing so would give, if Matthew had played something instead of penny, had he played repone in that spot, it would have opened him up to an immediate bingo response by Dan. And now Dan, if he wants, he can play something like recoin here to open the board. Maybe at a deficit, he's going to feel like he needs to do that. But I don't think playing shorter by like dropping the B off somewhere, just playing ob or something like that, is not advisable. The board is just not open enough for a play like that. So it would be sorely tempting. I guess maybe I'm kind of liking something like Cobb's here as an intermediate. This doesn't open anything back to Matthew. It scores decently well, and you just kind of continue to be patient and hope that maybe you get that second blank, and figure out a way to surge ahead in this game. That feels like a relatively safe option, and maybe you redraw one of those two S's.
Yeah, there's some things to consider here. As you say, Will, playing short is not advisable here unless you're doing it while opening up a bingo line. Because it's, especially up against a player like Matthew, he's going to sniff you out right away if you make a fishing play. There's basically no chance at all that he'll accidentally give you a spot to bingo. In fact, his primary consideration will be, how do I completely stop you from bingoing? And so something like recoin, which sort of forces open the board in a way that can't be immediately dealt with, at least not easily, feels quite strong here. It sort of throws Matthew off of his game a little bit. It's not really playing it into his hand as much as playing short here.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think the game has been even for the last few turns, but increasingly, I feel like because Matthew has been patient, he has, instead of exchanging, he's continued to score his way through this kind of closed, difficult board. Again, a testament to his instincts that he's been able to do that. And now you can see he's up by 36, and he has the J on his rack as well. So if Dan takes a small score on this move and Matthew finds a way to use his J for a solid score, now you're starting to look at a situation where Dan may feel like he has to open the board more aggressively, and maybe Matthew will get his tiles in order just in time to finally strike with a knockout bingo here. So we'll see. But very cagey game so far. Not surprising between Dan, the player with the lowest average against so far in the tournament, and Matthew, one of the best defensive players I can think of in Scrabble.
Yeah, and Dan is taking a long time on this turn. We see the time deficit, as noted in chat, is over 10 minutes at this point, with plenty of game left to play. But this is a hard turn for Dan. He's got to, if he wants to play something like Recoin, he has to decide how close he thinks Matthew is to a bingo. We know that the past couple turns for Matthew have basically been sort of forced plays. XU is not a fishing play, but Dan does not have the omniscient view that we have of the game and can't necessarily know that. We're seeing a slightly different strategy here. Rather than saving the S, he is actually electing to use it, but also sticking it out in the triple line to provide a huge threat for 8-letter bingos along that side of the board. So this is a kind of an aggro play from Dan.
Yeah, he might be sensing at this score that a play like this is warranted, and we're going to see what he draws. It's looking decent. Vocalize through the S is potentially playable for him now. So that could be a big deal. You better believe, though, that Matthew is going to be hard-pressed to leave that spot open. Every instinct that he has is going to be to try and obstruct the newly opened S. I just cannot imagine him letting that stay on the board. But by the same token, he has some pretty compelling plays like Jawari into this I, maybe Jowl into this L that are sorely tempting. And either of those is going to leave that S open. And frankly, it's something like Jin here, which would have blocked the S, would have been a significant hit on equity compared to Jawari. So I don't know, Charles, what do you think? This looks all right to me, even though we know that S is looming.
Yeah, I think this is a reasonable play. I was sort of expecting Jin myself just because of what we know about Matthew, but also Dan just played 5 tiles. They're pretty good tiles. He's drawing into 2 tiles that are probably okay and then 5 random tiles. So it's not like he's necessarily imminently going to bingo. It just so happens that his 5 new tiles did allow him to bingo. But that was maybe not the most likely outcome from Matthew's perspective. So I think knowing what we know, it seems like Jawari was wrong, but I think I agree with you, Will, that, judging by the way Dan's been playing, Jawari is probably correct.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You have to be willing to make plays like Jawari if you feel absolutely convinced that. So, I mean, the thing about it is you could make a play like Jin, right? Imagine playing Jin, and then imagine your opponent bingos down from this S. They were going to have that play anyway, and now you just sacrificed a boatload of equity in order to do very little. You actually have not done anything to stop your opponent from playing exactly what they wanted. So there are plenty of situations like that where maybe they have a bingo from the B of Robins that you do not address by playing Jin, right? So there are a lot of possibilities there. Meanwhile, Matthew makes a fantastic play of Inveigh to go back up on the scoreboard. So even though he can't be happy to see that bingo go down, he's still winning in this game. And depending on what he draws, he could still be in decent shape here.
Yeah, nice play by Matthew, not letting the bingo get him down too badly. With some really clunky letters, finding a 44-point play. So really nicely spotted by Matthew. Again, playing rather quickly. Dan down to 6 minutes on his clock, although now we are sort of approaching the pre-end game. Not a whole lot of letters left in this bag. And Dan has an unplayable Solacia. He was probably hoping that a spot would materialize, but such a spot has not materialized. And I think another tough turn for him where he tries to balance scoring versus maybe trying to get another bingo.
So the crazy thing here is from Dan's perspective, there are 5 tiles in the bag, and we know that Matthew doesn't have that second blank. So if Dan makes a 4-tile play here, and there are a bunch of them that are very, very tempting to play, sorry for my not straight line at all, right here with Inveigh, there are a bunch of words that play parallel to inveigh that will use 4 tiles on Dan's rack and score pretty well, giving him at least a modest lead going into the pre-end game or with 1 tile in the bag. And he's got a great chance. If he plays 4 tiles, he has 80% chance of picking the blank. So things are not hopeless in the least for Dan. I wonder what he's thinking of here. There aren't that many plays that score in this spot that I laid out that don't actually use the S, and maybe he's going to think I have to keep the S here, but something like TAOS is actually a very reasonable play for him to make here. Really the only way he can hold on to the S is an obscure one, TAAL. So this is a tough move, but the blank is there waiting to give Dan a lot of chances heading into the end game.
Yeah, and it's also worth looking at the score here. He's only down by 15 points. He has to also think about maybe he doesn't need a bingo. Maybe he can just outrun Matthew through scoring. The downside to that plan would be he does not have any scoring tiles currently on his rack. It's hard to put that plan into action when you actually don't have the tiles to do it on this turn. Meanwhile, Matthew is certainly sitting on some combination of B, C, and P because all of those are unseen to Dan. It would be very strange for all of those to be still left in the bag. So I feel like with enough thought, and Dan is spending a little bit of time thinking, I think we see the telltale gestures of somebody who is agonizing over a thought. He's probably going to decide that he does need to try to hit a bingo to win this game. It seems kind of unlikely that he can make up a 15-point deficit just by outscoring Matthew.
Yeah, I think all that analysis is on point. I especially like the point of that you mentioned, Charles. Outscoring your way to the end of this game is definitely in play if you're Dan, but that is a very difficult stance to take when literally all of your tiles are 1-point tiles. It's difficult to even imagine that maybe I can outscore my way there with my all 1-pointers, but actually we know that with the aid of the P and C and blank that are waiting for him, that is actually a possibility. If he can think, I am just going to take as, heavy hitting of a play as I can get here. It looks like he has AAL in his hands right now. I wonder where he's thinking about playing these.
He might be thinking about playing all where we were considering tall, just leaving the T off of it.
That's all right.
He might be thinking, actually, now that I'm looking at the pool, there's not too much that Matthew can have in that spot. But if Matthew did have a B or a P play next to Inveigh, that would be very damaging for Dan. So he might be looking to take that spot, take the most likely scoring spot away from Matthew, while keeping pretty good bingo letters, given that the N and the B and the T and the S are still open for 8s.
So there you have it. AAL is the play, all, which puts Matthew down by 2 points only. So he's got to be feeling okay about that. But man, the unseen tiles, and there is the second blank finding its way onto Dan's rack here. And boy, we could see, so right off the top of my head, I see Bitcoins off of the B of Robins that if Matthew does not manage to block that, it's just game over immediately. The real question is, can we find anything off of this N, which is very likely to remain untouched? And I see non-stick, nicotins as well. So this could be very bad news here for Matthew. Without a way to block everything available on the board, this looks like it could be Dan's game to win.
Yeah, I think Dan would just need to find one of his available bingos in various spots on the board. If he wants to get even more straightforward, he could just play something like sections, from the S of amulets. Lots of findable bingos here for him. I guess maybe the path to victory for Matthew here would be to block the findable ones and hope that Daniel runs into time trouble trying to find one of the more difficult bingos and somehow doesn't find them, goes overtime, fails to outscore even with the blank and the S in hand, and somehow gives the game away that way. I don't want to jinx anybody. Of course, that's a long litany of errors to make all at once. But I think if Dan plays this correctly, he should be able to pull this one out.
Wow, amazing. This has been an epic game to finish this one off. This is a brutal situation for Matthew. Looking at this is incredibly scary. It's, ideally what you would want to do in a situation like this is to start to think to yourself, what if this is in the bag? What if that is in the bag? With 2 tiles in the bag, the possibility space gets pretty large. If there's only 1 tile in the bag, you could theoretically iterate out through your 8, maximum of 8, maybe less if there are duplicated tiles, but a maximum of 8 scenarios. But here there is a lot to iterate out, and it's very different in each case. You need to figure out, well, what bingos would Dan have from all of these different locations, of which there are a whole bunch. So this is very, very difficult for a human being to do in any way other than by instinct. You can try to isolate some of the conditions, like, well, maybe if I draw the blank, I'm going to win every time. Or if I draw the blank, I need to make absolutely sure I'm not allowing something like tactions or something like that, right? Like if P blank is in the bag, you wouldn't want to draw that blank, but allow Dan to play out with a bingo from this T. So maybe blocking down low is the best you can do in situations like that. So that's as good as I got as for how to approach the situation, Charles. I don't know if you have any other thoughts on how you would do it.
I guess my thought here would be, how do I minimize the amount of different letters that Dan can bingo from? And so if Matthew plays something like botted from the B of Robbins, that blocks the T, that blocks the S, that blocks the B, leaving only bingos starting with an N as possibilities for Dan. It sort of makes Dan work a little bit harder to get one of his playable bingos on the board. Also, I'm thinking in the back of my head, it's actually pretty hard to start an 8-letter word with an N. N is a very good bingo tile, but deceptively few words start with the letter N, and that would be what Dan would need to do on this turn. And so maybe at least if you're only playing the game to prevent Dan from bingoing, taking out as many of the different letters as possible would be the best course of action.
Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of botted here, as has been suggested. It blocks a whole lot of stuff. The B, the T runs into it, the S runs into it. But I do worry a little bit, depending on what you draw. Botted would leave, I guess it would leave BS. I would think that will go out most of the time. But you do run into maybe some situations where you're going to struggle with 4 consonants after that. But maybe that's the risk you have to take. The other thought is, if you're worried about how little that scores, you could theoretically play Be Wetted here through EWE on the board, which blocks the B and the T. The only issue is it leaves the S open, which is kind of dangerous. And then, of course, you still lose to anything up top to the end. So Be Wetted scores 30, Botted scores 18. So those extra 12 points do feel important here in such a close game. But maybe if it's all about playing bingo defense, you just have to play Botted and pray you have a good outplay.
Yeah, I'm running it through the Quackle simulation again, just for my own interest, since Matthew is rightfully taking a long time on this turn. It is saying that botted is the highest win percentage, but it's still below 50%. So maybe there's other plays that kind of achieve similar things that perform similarly, but Matthew's in pretty rough shape here. He just has to hope that Dan does not have good enough letters to bingo in all the available spots on the board.
Yeah, which we know that he actually does. You can see he's very stoic. This is a nerve-wracking situation, so I don't want to claim that it's like obvious that Dan is going to see all these different bingos in different places. That N of the top of the board, nigh right here. This isn't a gimme to see bingos off of that spot. So if Matthew does end up playing here, it's going to create a bit of a gut check, and we'll just have to see what Matthew's decision is here. But this is time management at its best right here. Matthew has blazed through most of this game, making very accurate moves, and now he is spending a ton of time on a move that really warrants it. That's how it should be done. That's like goals for me. That's time management goals, Charles, when I look at that.
Yeah, this VOD, if it gets uploaded to the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube at some point, will be sort of aspirational for players such as myself who sometimes find themselves in time trouble. It's like, look how masterfully Matthew managed his time here. He had all the time in the world to do endgame calculations with a blank in the bag. Not saying he's iterating through everything, because I think that would be superhuman, but he's got plenty of time to do some rough mental math, spend some time looking for all of his best plays. I can't remember exactly how much time he had on his clock entering this turn, but it's something around 17 minutes.
Yeah, and, upwards of 16 minutes for sure.
And it's in stark contrast to Dan, who's sort of had to rush through a couple turns. I think still making very good plays, but sort of kind of was forced into making a decision quickly. So looks like Matthew's getting ready to play, and he is playing Be Wetted, a very nice find and a very nice score, but I think this one is going to lose as long as Dan finds. I mean, we knew every play was going to lose, but I think this one loses more directly for Matthew. And it looks like we're getting a challenge as well.
Yeah, interesting. I guess there's no reason. If you're remotely unsure, you might as well challenge this. I'm guessing this is a good sign that Dan is very confident of seeing some bingos here. And the play is valid, giving Matthew 5 extra points. And the reason I say that he's confident is he knows those 5 points aren't going to matter if he ends up bingoing here. And all that's left is to find out what he actually plays. I think his best spot to play, and he is going to play sections, as you suggested. Non-stick would have been the highest scoring play, slotting the C right there. But Matthew gets the bad news. Nothing that really he could have done to win this one, assuming Dan saw some stuff to that end, which I am curious about, because if he didn't see the bingos from the end of nicotines and non-stick, then Botted had a decent chance, Charles.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing. It sort of puts Dan in a really rough spot to find one of 2 playable bingos. But section's such an easy word to find. Not saying it's not a nice find, because it's always nice to find a word with a blank, but sections is a very common word. You see it all the time. Fits very neatly there with the S. So just a matter of Dan spotting it, and he did. So I think really nice game by both players. But Dan with just the right stuff at the end to take the victory and improve on his already undefeated record with another win.
I want to point out that had Matthew played Botted instead and all else been equal, if Dan had not seen a bingo from the N, he could have won the game by 1 point by playing tonics and roquettes. Then Baps alongside Botted on the board, which is hard to visualize, I know, but tonics would have been the one winning play for Dan without seeing nicotines or non-stick. had Matthew played botted, and that's a little bit of a gut check with about a minute and a half prior to that play to go. So yeah, tough one. I still think Bewetted is possibly the best play for Matthew there, just because those extra points are going to put him over the finish line more often.
Yeah, I think if you're Matthew, you sort of have to hope that Dan has some sort of flub or just like a word knowledge mistake or overlooking something due to time trouble, and Bewetted might give him the best chance. If you're taking sort of the less charitable view of your opponent, which sometimes you have to do in a game where you're about to lose.
That's true. You have to make those assumptions. That was in one of the recent Mac Meller videos. You have to assume that whatever you need to be necessary to win the game is going to happen. That's the best way to proceed. Sometimes that involves your opponent missing something. In this case, though, I think it was Dan's game to win. He probably would have tried something from the end if he absolutely had to. And this is a really impressive performance by Dan Blake, 8-0 in this field on the first day. We're going to be seeing more of him coming up, and as he attempts to hold on against a pack of wolves that will be charging their way up the standings to try and bring him back to the pack. So can't say enough. That's a really, really impressive achievement by Dan. Commiserations to Matthew, but he's still in great position at 7-1. At some point in the near future, we are going to have an interview with our generous sponsor, Bob Lynn. We think we're ready with that with the headsets. But until then, it's back to the booth with the two of us. That's it, Charles. 8 games. I feel like there were maybe 1 or 2 that could barely be considered a blowout in the bunch. It was a really fun day of Scrabble.
Yeah, I think every game we saw was great. At least halfway through the games, all of them were well contested. I think some of them developed into late blowouts due to lucky draws or what have you, but we saw some really good games. We saw some great end games. That last one was fantastic. The game between Austin and Ben, I think, was very instructive for how to deal with power tiles remaining hidden in the bag late in the game. Just a lot of different ways that these games were awesome. So this is only the first day of the games, and we've already seen some great ones. So hoping like heck that we see more great ones in the upcoming 2.5 days of Scrabble that we have left.
Yeah, I mean, not to diminish day one of various streams, but I do feel like there is kind of a crescendo effect where the games get better and better as the stakes rise. Although, of course, there isn't any linear relationship between the tiles can sometimes come out weird and lead to more blowouts on a certain day. But for the games to be this good on day one and from game one is definitely a good omen heading forward into the next 3 days of the tournament. So yeah, thank you very much to everybody for watching along. Again, I think we are going to have at least an interview with our sponsor, Bob Lynn, as well as probably a quick standings check to finish up the day. While we get ready for that, just want to say once again, if you want to show that appreciation, great way to do so is to support the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Smashing that like button so hard that your mouse explodes into a million pieces. Maybe a little extreme, but I wouldn't quibble with it if that's what you want to do. And of course, we're going to talk to our sponsor, Bob. Don't want to forget also sponsorship from NASPA Games. Thank you very much to NASPA for their support of this event. One thing we haven't mentioned is that if you're watching this event like I am and saying to myself, damn, I got to get back out there in the fray over the board. When can I do that? Well, Let's Play Scrabble has events over the course of the calendar year, and the next one of those coming up is the Canadian Scrabble Classic in Belleville, Ontario. That is at the end of February, headed into March, February 28th to March 2nd. I'm going to do my best to be at that event. I've gone a couple times before, and it is a blast. So that is the next LPS event on the calendar. And yeah, the only other plugs are the tools of the trade that we use. Thank you so much to Art Moore for wordjudge.me, and also to Seth Lipkin for the clocks that we use that are powered by his Ulu word lookup tool. Thank you, Seth. A true mensch, if ever there was one. What did I miss, Charles? I'm plugging like crazy over here.
While we're on the topic of Seth Lipkin, everybody should be watching crosstables.com. That's cross-tables.com for upcoming tournaments, tournament results, annotated games. Seth is the man behind all that stuff and he does a great job. So even if you can't make it to a Let's Play Scrabble event, check Cross Tables. There might be a tournament near you. Every tournament out there is more than happy. They're ecstatic to accept newcomers, anybody who wants to try out competitive Scrabble. And I promise you that not every player is as intimidating as some of the players that we see on this stream. Every tournament's got divisions, put you against players who are at your skill level. It's always a good time. And the way to find out about all that stuff is crosstables.com. And again, one more shout out to Josh and Kieran, the dream team of organizers for all these Let's Play Scrabble events. And thank you to Will Anderson for expertly guiding us through 8 games of Scrabble, some very intricate ones, some that required a lot of thought. And as far as I can tell, his brain's not coming out of his ears. So he might still be able to do more commentary for this tournament in the next couple days.
Yeah, the steam is being contained right now by the headphones, which is why I have them. But yeah, the steam is probably going to come out as soon as I let those off. But as for headphones, check this segue out. I think we have Bob Lynn standing by wearing a headset of his own, ready to talk a little bit about his extremely generous sponsorship of the Albany New Year's tournament. Bob, can you hear us? It's
I
Will
hear
and
you, Will.
Charles.
I miss
Hey,
you.
I miss you too. I feel like I'm a big time turkey and a stinker for not being on site to hang out with you this weekend. But yeah, Bob, just wanting to talk a little bit about your incredibly generous sponsorship of this event and what sort of motivated you to sort of drive that initiative alongside Josh Greenway of Let's Play Scrabble.
Well, Josh and Kieran run such fabulous tournaments, so I trust them, and that's an important part of doing this. Secondly, their judgment and their planning on this has been amazing. My goal was to increase the lower level Collins group and encourage more people to play Collins, and they came up with a whole bunch of really great ideas, and I added a couple, and I think we put together a good program to encourage lower level players. As you know, Will, the top players get into Collins because they qualify for the World Championship, which is what happened. That's how I got into it. And then they have so much fun, they stay in it, and they get to play internationally and all over the world. I've been in 9 World Championships so far, and I can't go back to TWL. And now, but when you have a lower level player that goes into Collins and there's only one division, and they get to play against Josh Castellano, a world champ or a national champ, it's not as much fun. So this way we try to encourage the lower level players, the Division 2 players, and eventually they'll build into level 1 players.
Yeah, I've noticed that the Division Two of the Collins group at the New Year's tournament this year is literally 20 players big. I think 19 of whom are receiving some benefit from your sponsorship, which is absolutely fantastic to see. Getting word that 17 out of the 20 players in Division Two are benefiting from your contributions, which is an incredible impact that you've had there. So really wonderful initiative on your part, and definitely echo your feelings about working with Josh and Kieran being very rewarding. I have Charles Reinke with me here in the booth as well, doing commentary. Charles, do you have any question for Bob about the sponsorship here?
Yeah, nice to see you, Bob.
Thank you, Charles.
Sorry that you didn't win your game on stream, but maybe we'll give you another chance.
Well, I played abominably. I mean, I'm going over the game afterwards. I saw the stupidest, commonest bingo in the whole world that I missed. So, it just it was a bad game, and not only losing it, but losing it because I didn't see something I should have seen.
Well, we tried to take it easy on you, Bob. You can be your own biggest critic if you want, but it was a very fun game to watch. But going back to the topic at hand, again, we're talking about how you've sort of made it more possible for lower rated players to even get their feet wet in Collins. It's always been so intimidating for a new player to try to make that switch when the Collins fields are always so tough. Just tell us a little bit about, exactly what you're doing here, what kind of prizes we're giving out to make it more worth their while.
Well, I think there was a free hotel night and a free clock, and then lots and lots of prizes at the lower level. We shoved most of the money into the second division because there's no sense in giving the very top players more money. They're going to play here anyway, and it was just to get the other people on board.
And a reduced entry fee as well, right, Bob?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, I just love the initiative. Just want to say on behalf of really myself, Charles, and everybody watching that we're very grateful for your contributions here, and it's fantastic to see. So I don't know if we want to talk about anything else. I'm asking producer Josh if we have any other stuff. Oh, we have a thought of if you want to share what you think makes Collins play so fun. What would be your sales pitch to switch on over if you're on the fence?
Well, to me, it's playing all over the world. I've played in probably more countries than anybody else. I think I have. And playing in the World Championships separately, and you have the opportunity to do that. And then there's so many more words and so much more flexibility on the board. We have a saying in Collins: everything hooks onto something. So you have no homeless bingos, and that's not quite true, but many more things go on the board than in TWL.
Yeah, for sure. So just by way of one extra note, we did have a Division II game on the stream earlier, just to let our audience know that not every single person at these tournaments, as you said, are the Josh Castellanos and Austin Shins of the world. And we saw a really interesting game between Cheryl Melvin and Ileana Philby. So that was a lot of fun to dive into that. And we're probably going to make some more trips back down into Division B once or twice on the stream, so more players who are benefiting from your generous sponsorship of their participation, as well as our live stream, they're going to get to join in the fun as well. So with that, I think
give me one more thought for you.
Yes.
Cheryl Melvin is actually part of my inspiration. She's a really nice person. She's about 1,200 rated player, and she's been playing in the expert division. Playing in the one division of Collins against top players, and she keeps doing it, and even though she's has a really tough time. And so a lot of my incentive was Cheryl needs to be rewarded with some other players in their division for all the effort that she puts in. So I appreciate Cheryl for that.
And Cheryl, by the way, is doing a fantastic job right now. She was in first place in round 7 heading into her last round of the day. Pending her last matchup, she's going to be in first place, wow. Which that is basically working as intended, if I'm understanding correctly. And I echo your feelings certainly about Cheryl, and just about having it be a good thing in general to have a wider swath of participation in this Lexicon.
And we miss you, Will. Yeah. We want you back in the tourneys, Will. You got to get back here, buddy.
I will. Trust me, I would have wanted to be there this weekend, and I have every expectation of I want to be very active this upcoming year, including playing a bunch more Let's Play Scrabble events whenever I can. I
love your streaming.
Thank you so much, Bob. With that, I just want to say one more thank you for your contributions. You're getting a lot of love from the YouTube chat as well. And we'll let you go get some dinner. And thanks again, Bob.
I need more love, and my results have been terrible today.
Well, that's why you got 20 more games to go to perk up, Bob. There's plenty of time. You got this.
Thanks.
We'll put you in Division 2, Bob. Don't worry.
Thanks, Charles. I really appreciate that.
Sorry, Bob. Love you, man.
Fair enough.
That was a nice zinger by Charles there. So, all right, with that, that concludes our little interview with Bob, our streaming sponsor for this event. Really love to hear the sentiment behind his contributions, Charles. I think it's a great initiative. And yeah, what else is there to say? Nice job to Bob.
Yeah, nice job to Bob. Thanks to Bob for making a lot of this happen. Getting that second division going, I think, is really going to help more players feel comfortable with cons, which is, as he said, the entire point of it. So thanks again to Bob for sponsoring those players and also sponsoring our stream. And I guess we do a little bit of a reminder of what's happening in the next few days, and then maybe we look to standings. Is that what we want to do?
Yeah, one final look at standings we should be able to provide at some point here, whether we go to the top division or bottom. There we go. So we know that Dan Blake won his game against Matthew O'Connor, and he's going to vault. There it is, the refresh, instantaneous, very impressive. So there you see it, the top group. Charles, I have to say, seeing Austin Shin creeping up the standings after an 0-3 start or whatever it is he had, he looks to me like the Shark, and maybe Josh Castellano as well, starting 1-3. And yet they're still in the mix at 5-3. I could see either of those two making a big run up the standings tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like Austin must have taken a cat nap over lunch or something like that, but he came back with a vengeance. We love to see it. Josh Castellano, another very good player, started off kind of rough stretch, but making his way up the standings. There's so much time left here. We're going to see this all shift around, but I'm sure Dan and Ben are feeling really good about their starts in this one.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling when you have things off there. And okay, over to Division B. Not sure if we have Cheryl's result in yet, but if she's able to win her round 8 game, which may just be finishing up, yeah, the result probably still not in. It looks like she is playing somebody a little bit lower down in the standings. And she could be poised to finish 7-1 in first place in Division B. And you heard Bob basically thinking about Cheryl as a test case of somebody that plays event after event against elite players. And here she is in a group that is a little bit closer to her own experience and ability level. And she is having a fantastic tournament. So great initiative, and it's really paying that dividend there. So there you go. Other standings for NWL and all of that stuff is available at letsplayscrabble.com. So feel free to head on over there. And I think, Charles, that's going to do it for today. Any parting words from you? You're the one that's going to be here keeping the seat warm tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah. If you can't get enough of me talking about Scrabble, I'm doing 8 more games tomorrow with Jason and Nits, sharing commentary duties. So that's going to be awesome. Of course, the quality of Scrabble is always going to be awesome. And I think we're starting at the same time tomorrow, which is 9:30 Eastern. That's 8:30 for me. I got to remember to wake up at the correct time, and it's god awful early for people on the West Coast. But if you're serious about supporting Scrabble, you're going to set your alarm clock early, and you're going to wake up for this.
Yeah, no question. And of course, we are playing the World Lexicon. So hopefully we get some folks from the UK and from Africa and other places in Southeast Asia tuning in as you can to watch some Scrabble play that you are accustomed to. So with that, that's it for day 1 here at the Albany New Year's tournament. For Charles Reinke, I am Will Anderson signing off. See everybody tomorrow, bright and early.